Hello, everybody, and welcome to the TARDIS Zone. And we're live. Yes, I did say if something important came up that I would actually go live. I've actually received some information, and also I want to talk a little bit about Michael Sheen as well because Sky News has now picked up on the story, and they are reporting that Michael Sheen is fan favorite to take over the role uh, from Jodie Whittaker to be Doctor 14. Now, why is this important? Well, as I said, after that Radio Times poll, I knew there'd be articles done. But the fact that Sky News is picking up on this now, it's gaining momentum. So, with that being said, I would make an appeal to all of those people who don't necessarily get on with me to put your feelings to one side. We are gaining momentum now. And I think this is very important that with Sky News reporting it, with the Radio Times poll, the fans on social media remind BBC and alert BBC that this is what we want. This is the direction that we want to go in. Very interesting that, as I said, that the news outlets are all reporting on this now. So this is the time, folks. As I said, you know, if people just got behind this and put their feelings aside, the way BBC has treated us, yes, they've treated us horribly as fans, but you've got all of these outlets now talking about Michael Sheen. He seems to be the front runner when it comes to rumours circulating out there. But, BBC could go all against this. But while there is momentum, I think, as I said, put your personal feelings aside from me and the BBC, and please get behind the hashtag Sheen for 14. It also shows me as well that the Whittaker fans are losing their influence. It doesn't matter what they try to do to try and, as I said lately, they're trying to control the narrative. We're still getting magazines talking about the next Doctor being a woman and stuff like that. But this is big. This is big now that Michael Sheen is being reported in the news, and it shows me that finally it looks like the Jodie Whittaker fans' power is waning. They won't be able to control the narrative this time around, it looks like. And this is great. Listen, the bottom line is 10,000 people voted in that poll. 10,000 people. Out of it all, Michael Sheen came out on top. BBC now. I know there'll be skeptics in the chat that'll say, well, BBC will ignore all of that. No, they won't. No, they won't. They will be looking at this. They will be looking at this. Now, they may go in the opposite direction, but they will be looking at all of this. So that's why I think it's important now that we have the momentum to keep the hashtag Sheen for 14 going. And as I said, no matter what your personal feelings are about me, and I'm talking to people that used to be on this channel that seem to be having the digs at me every opportunity that they get. But I'm just going to say this to you. I'll put that aside and get behind this hashtag Sheen for 14 because, as I said, he's gaining momentum. And at the end of the day, you wouldn't have complained for the years that you complained if you didn't actually really care. I don't buy it for 1 second that you don't care about Doctor Who anymore, or you believe Doctor Who is dead. And even if you do believe Doctor Who is dead, I asked you, put your personal feelings aside and get behind it. This is huge. And I don't think fans realise how big this is. The fact that Sky News and other news outlets now are reporting on this poll that Michael Sheen won, BBC are going to be aware of that. They're going to be aware that there are reports left, right and centre now. and they will be looking at how fans react to this. And it doesn't matter what the Jodie Whittaker fans or the J-Bots, wherever you want to call them, the toxic fans of this fandom, say or do, right? The momentum is with us now. So this is your chance to grasp it by the bull by the horns, or you sit back and you let the show die. And as I said, if you do that, then you have absolutely no right to complain about series 14, 15, and 16. No right. Because, we've got a real opportunity here to actually have our voices to be heard for once. As I said, the news outlets picking up on this show. And listen, most of the media are behind another male doctor. A lot of them have been afraid to come out and say that. Now, since Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall have decided to leave, we have been seeing articles with them throwing this era under the bus all of a sudden. So the momentum is absolutely on our side right now. And as the Spacebook said, Doctor Who is not dead. I understand it's dead in America. I respect that and I get why. But Doctor Who itself is not dead, no. I agree. And for all those people that are saying that Doctor Who is dead, I disagree with you. For the simple reason is that, as I said, this show has a knack of surviving, right? BBC do want Doctor Who to continue. That is evident now, right? I've been saying it for months anyway. Doctor Who and BBC, they want it to work, right? Now, as I said, if people could just put their hatred, right? Because we all do hate the BBC, let's be honest, right? So there is hatred there. We can all put our hatred and our personal feelings aside, get behind this hashtag Sheen for 14. As I said, the momentum is with us right now. So, look at guys, this is the first time in a few years now that we actually have a chance to be heard. And I'd be very disappointed if people decide, because they hate BBC so much, that they're just going to let the show die or go into the abyss, as they say. I don't believe it for 1 second, because you wouldn't have fought as hard, set up user channels and said all the things and complained and argued if you didn't care. You obviously do care, right? So stop kidding yourselves as well, I think this is absolutely wonderful. I'm absolutely delighted that it's gaining traction, Now, look, again, as I said, BBC might ignore all of this, right? But as I said, right now, the momentum is with us. So why not take advantage of it? As I said, hashtag Sheen for 14. It's... as I said, I think personally, this is the best chance we have. The other side's influence is waning. Finally, I think it's been broken. I think Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall gone has actually, and they're fighting with each other as well, by the way. They're fighting amongst each other as well. So, I mean, it's become an absolute imperative that we do. Hashtag Sheen for 14. Right, now I do have some Doctor Who news for you. We did kind of touch on this a few months back, but now we've gotten more. So give us a second there. I'm not gonna throw out up on screen. But I'll tell you what I've been sent. Well, we need to do something, yeah. As I said, I've been trying to talk to people to see if we can get an interview. But we've got our own media out there. I mean, the Phantom Menace has the downing into comics and media outlets like that, So it'd be nice if they got behind this and gave some traction to it. But there's a lot of the attitude seems to be, well, Doctor Who is dead, so nobody wants to do that. And then they'll complain then when the show goes off air and blame BBC, right? Which, fair enough, is the case. But we've got an opportunity here. So, hashtag Sheen for 14, please. So, here we go. So, apparently, Bradley Walsh and Tolton Cole will be back for Jodie Whittaker's finale. John Bishop will leave before it films, according to these rumours. John Bishop will not be part of Jodie Whittaker's finale. And I think that's got to do with the fact that I think he has a live tour coming up. So Bradley Walsh and Tolton Cole apparently will be back for Jodie Whittaker's swan song. Now, you probably didn't need to be, they kind of do this all the time anyway. So I would have been surprised. If they didn't feature in some little way or another. But apparently that's what's going to happen. They're going to be back for Jodie Whittaker's swan song. Now, there's been other rumours floating about by another YouTuber out there that it's absolutely bullshit, saying that there's going to be no more Doctor Who, that they think they're doing the Doctor Who movie and all of this other rubbish. That's not true, right? Doctor Who will come back as a series, right? Doctor Who is not going to be a movie, right? It's not. It doesn't have enough support for them to even think about spending millions on a movie. So those rumors are coming from Reddit, and they're absolutely rubbish. So I mean, look, not surprised that these lads are coming back. Obviously it's the first face that this doctor saw. So, it stands to reason that they would be there for the finale. I don't understand why they're coming back, to be quite honest with you. I think the way they left was, even though I thought it was cringe and it wasn't as emotional as all the other fans make it out to be. But I thought once they were gone, they'd never come back. Why would you want to come back to something that nearly killed your career? But apparently they will be back. And as I said, this is rumor and speculation. As I always say to people as well, wait until official confirmation. And I will say that about the casting of the next Doctor. There are rumors flying about, right, that because Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall are gone, they've already made their decisions. They've already got their showrunner in place, and they've already got their doctor. That is not true. That is not true whatsoever. And I'll tell you why it's not true. The reason why the announcement was made a couple of days after Comic-Con is to give them time to choose a new showrunner and a new doctor. Now, why do I know that? I'll tell you why, right? Because Series 12 starts at October or November 2022. Right, it'll finish up then with the New Year's Day special, right, and then we get 2 specials in 2022, right. So if you look at this logically, series 14 won't begin until either the end of 2022 or early 2023, right. Now, this is another reason why people say that Michael Sheen won't get the role, because he's filming Good Omens too, right? And then another excuse is they can't afford him. I don't know how many times I have to tell people this. Michael Sheen wants the job, right? As for Good Omens will already be filmed, right, by the time it comes around to the next announcement. This gives BBC plenty of time, right, to make the right choices. Now, right now, Michael Sheen is the name on everybody's lips. As I said, momentum is behind them now. We must keep that up. We must keep that up and keep Michael Sheen in the public eye, right? So BBC don't forget him, right? But all these people saying that we won't be able to afford Michael Sheen and that he's going to be filming this, that, and the other. Sure, they're hypocrites anyway, because they're all saying Michaela Cole is going to be the Doctor, right? But she's already got a new job, right? And most of the actresses that they've actually mentioned, right, including Jo Martin's supposed to be going back to Holby City, right? So none of these choices that these Jodie Whittaker fans are coming out with are actually available right now. And Michael Sheen will be, the timing will be perfect. Listen, if anybody's watched Staged, in season 2 of Staged, there was a bit of banter between David Tennant and Michael Sheen and that. And they talk about, were you ever offered a role and it was something to that effect, and why didn't it work out? And he said, because they cast someone else, and he looked directly at David Tennant. Michael Sheen was in the frame already to play the Doctor a few years back, but David Tennant was cast instead. That's what I got from that he was supposed to be nailed on. He went for an audition, nailed on to take the role, and he went with David Tennant instead, right? So for me, I think Michael Sheen has been on the BBC's radar for a good few years now, and I honestly do believe that the momentum that we're having now it is a good thing, because it'll keep Michael Sheen in the public spotlight. You know, as I said, we have a perfect opportunity here to have our voices be heard. And I would ask you and implore you, especially those, and I keep mentioning it because there is a lot of people that won't support this because they dislike me, right? And that's the only reason. And I think that's a little bit pathetic, to be honest with you. You need to put your personal feelings aside. Listen, I haven't forgiven BBC either, but I'm willing to put that aside. If momentum is with Michael Sheen, we should get behind it 100%. But as I said, Tolton Cole, Bradley Walsh are going to come back. Now, I do have other stuff to show you as well, right? So just bear with me for a second. I do have a photograph to show you. And I've been sent a couple of photographs as well of a quarry. Fry Lee on Twitter sent me a photo of a quarry where they were filming Doctor Who, and then Doctor Who production put up a clearer photograph. But there is a photograph doing the rounds, and according to people, that this is apparently a photograph from Jodie Whittaker's Regeneration episode. Now, before you all get excited and stuff and start thinking that I'm going to show you an image from a Regeneration, no, I'm not. I won't be showing you a photograph of a Regeneration. But what I will be showing you is a photograph of Vinder. Right, so Vinder, the new character, that has joined for the new season. Where is this photograph? Actually, it's not in there. I might have to go on to Twitter. Right, hold on. We'll go on to Twitty Twat. Bradley and Tolton Cole coming back. Do they need to rescuing or something? Well, look, BBC, look, you know, I didn't really need, we could have speculated this anyway, you know. They always kind of try to do that, bring back companions that the Doctor, the Face foresaw. And in fairness, it was Bradley and Tolton. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at all, to be quite honest with you, if it did happen. But hold on. Where is this now? Let's hope I've got this bloody photograph, because it's actually doing me bleeding head in. Let's see if it's in here. No, it's not in there. Where did I see this fucking photo? Do you know what? I'm just going to go into Doctor Who production news. By the way, I just want to say something not related to this. But whoever the sad little individual is who's reporting all my videos, yeah, reporting all my videos. YouTube has informed me that someone keeps reporting my videos. You know, you need to get a life. You really do. I know you just want to sabotage my channel at every stage because you don't want me to be the one to break news or anything like that. But the way you are behaving is actually pathetic. So I just want to say that because someone is reporting all my videos. And, you know, this is what I'm going to get. Because, obviously, you know, they don't like me. So, here's is a photograph. Apparently, now, I don't know how to deduce that this is from Jodie Whittaker's Regeneration episode. But there's Vinder. And we've also got a thing there. And in the background there, you can see we got the Slovene right there. I don't know what they're doing in it, but there you go. Maybe we're getting all the golden hits. I don't know who that is. It looks like a Leia kind of rip-off there. And we got someone in the back of Vinder there. But you notice what Vinder is wearing? Nobody's picked up on this. He's wearing Captain Jack's coat. He's wearing Captain Jack's coat. Right? So are they going to tell us that this is now Captain Jack? Or where did he get the coat from? Right? Nobody's picked up on that, I've noticed. But there you go. There, that's John Barrowman's jacket. So that's the latest photograph there. As I said, from us, they're saying that it's the Regeneration episode, but I don't know how they've come to that conclusion. But that's definitely Captain Jack's jacket. But there's that awful looking thing, you know. What? You're saying it's fake? How is it fake? Hold on. Let's go back into this again. Right. Hold on. Because I didn't notice that. Right? Because we have eagle-eyed people here. So is this photograph? So this is someone obviously. Right. Okay. We'll see now. Hold on. No, his hand's not white. That's not fake. His hand is not white. His hand matches up with the rest of his. No, look, it could be a Photoshop, but no, his hand is definitely. It's Captain Jack at the bar. It is. What, the scene, what, the David Tennant episode? Where David Tennant goes to see him after he... Actually, you could be right, because Alonso was on the other side of him. See this sad, pathetic break and new photos from filming done in Carter today. Looks like Jodie's Regeneration episode. This person has also posted these photographs on Facebook. Right, yeah, someone in the chat is, someone in there is saying that it's from, yeah, okay. Right, well then, there you go. They've been messing with us there with a fake photograph, but they're, you know, this is the kind of stuff. This is why I'll say, you know, those people that are putting out rumors, you know, YouTubers out there all of a sudden doing leaked videos. They never did videos like this before, and they're reporting all sorts of nonsense about movies and different writers coming in. Now, I will say something about the different writers. All I'll say is that information that I've received about different writers doesn't. All I'll just say is that Series 13 and the New Year special, up until then, they're all going to be done by Chris Chibnall and his writing team. As for the specials that are coming up, all I can say right now is that there's a possibility that they won't be written by Chris Chibnall. I've been sitting on this news for, how long have I been telling you? A couple of weeks now. So, you know, lots of stuff going on. Damn, I should have took more notice of that bleeding picture and realised, but he does have Captain Jack's jacket on, so maybe he's all right. It does look. No, like DM'd you the original picture. Okay, well, my phone is acting up. Where did you send me the DM? Did you send it to me on Twitter? Hold on, I'll check now. See, we're going to get a lot of, yeah, it looks like I got it on Twitter. We're going to get a lot of this fakery going around. But that guy there, that Drew, that put that up, is obviously lying to fans. And you're right, there it is, there. It is. Right. Right. Very good Photoshop, though. Very good Photoshop, I have to say. But there it is. There's the original image, just to show his cross-reference. Because there will be Jodie Whittaker fans that are watching me right now. So there you go. The photograph going around is fake. Here's the original photograph. So again, pathetic from these fans, faking photographs and stuff. But this only happens because Chris Chibnall is so tight-lipped about what's coming up. Even though we know most of what's coming up, he just doesn't give fans enough. You know, we get a couple of promo images. Last year, we got an image of it of a table. Like, you know, that's how ridiculous he is. I can't wait for him to go. Because the one thing that I haven't liked about his era is the fact that he doesn't give enough information to fans. Could be another doctor. Yeah, then there could well be another one of these doctors like the fugitive doctor. And don't be surprised, because we don't know if Jo Martin, as far as the rumours were, Jo Martin was supposed to feature in this series, and now she's not going to. I mean, heavily, I should say. But I wouldn't be surprised if this Vinda character is another secret doctor. But I am still trying to find that photograph of the quarry. Yeah, hold on. I'll get it up now. I know where it is. Right, hold on. Because there has been a couple of photographs, and these are legit. These are legit. Where are they? So while I'm doing this, I would urge all the big YouTubers out there, you know, we have an opportunity here. Don't let it go, boy. I've tried to encourage the bigger YouTubers to get behind it, but they won't get behind it. They won't get behind it, and you know what? In a way, yes, I don't blame them, but at the same time, I will say this: you know, we've never had a better opportunity to have our voices to be heard. So, you know, as I said, if fans just stand idly by, you know, as I said, and they go the opposite direction, then I don't think Doctor Who fans have any right to complain when they have an opportunity here to have their voice. I mean, momentum is with Michael Sheen right now. So why wouldn't you want to get... And I mean, your Doctor Who fans, why wouldn't you want to get behind it? Remember, when we were doing streams on this channel and I was having panels on this channel, every time we spoke about who we'd like to be the Doctor, Michael Sheen's name was always popping up. So now that we've actually got the opportunity, he's all gonna, because you don't like me in some cases, or because you don't like the BBC, you're willing to just sit back and watch the show die. I don't think you do, because you wouldn't have complained for as long as you did. So we got a photograph here. Dan Lewis is his full name. There's another image there. We got a few images of Dan. I'm just going to scroll up real quick. You don't want to see that video. We've already seen that stupid video. So we've already seen these images. We spoke about them. So there you go. We've got that one. We've got these 4 images here. We've already seen these images. We've seen this image as well. And obviously, this is the promo image that we got. There's more images right there of Dan Lewis. And there he is in the trailer, acting like a clown, falling, while Yaz is there doing some sort of investigating. By the way, apparently, you know, Yaz has mental health problems, right, and stuff. And there's been people arguing, you know, that her character development is great. Well, it's not really, because if she had any sort of mental illness, she wouldn't be a cop. She wouldn't even be allowed she wouldn't even pass the tests, actually. So I find it quite funny that there are people out there saying that she's got great character development and she's being bullied, so she suffers from mental health issues and all of this. Well, I'm sorry, she wouldn't be a cop. She wouldn't be a cop. She wouldn't even get the opportunity to be a cop. She wouldn't even pass the first round of tests. You know? So, again, character development is poor. Always has been and always will be. And this is another reason why he has to go. Because, as I said, his character development is absolutely rubbish. So here's this photograph on the quarry. So I just want to give, hold on, because it's someone that we know that. So Holden Friley, 1974, sent me this image a lot and sent it to Doctor Who Production News as well. It's not the clearest image, but Doctor Who Production News then do put up a clearer image. But they're in a quarry, guys. They're in a quarry. They're in a quarry. Look at this. So there you go. They're in a quarry there. They're filming. Now, I have zoomed in. You can see the trucks in the background there, but you can't really see anything else there, right? But I will find that other photograph, because there is a clearer photograph. And I think it's put in here. Hold on. Right, so that's that photograph. And if I'm correct in saying they replied, yeah, here it is here. We have to go in here though. Facebook. They're all over the place, these photographs, right? So bear with me. Here we go. So they're filming in a quarry, and here's a better photograph. A better photograph. And Simon Thomas, it looks like, is the guy that put the image up. I just want to give their name a mention, because, you know, with people reporting me videos, they'll probably accuse me of plagiarizing, but he's gotten his credit live in the video. As you can see there, we've got a couple of horses, right? And they're filming behind that. I'm pretty sure that's a green screen there or something. And you've got all the equipment there. So we've got a few horses there. We got something in the background there. I don't know what that is, but they're definitely filming in a quarry. So there you go. That's that. But as I said, you know, it's up. I just don't see the logic of sitting back and not doing nothing and keeping silent. I mean, are fans really that petty that you're going to allow the show to just go into the abyss? Because, you know, I dislike the BBC too, but I've put my feelings aside because, you know, the next choice for the doctor and showrunner is very important. And if momentum is with one candidate or one contender, which it is right now, it's all on Michael Sheen. Fans should really get behind it, in fairness. But, you know, look, you can do what you want, but I think this will be a missed opportunity. And it'll be actually very sad if fans let this situation pass them by. And I just can't get my head around that. Right, what I will do is we've gone live for about 36 minutes, right? So what I'll do is I'll stay live for an hour. But if anybody wants to come on and discuss what we've just discussed, send me a DM. Send me a DM right now and I will bring you on. And we're finishing bang on an hour. So anybody that comes on, you've got to give everybody an equal chance to have a say if we bring on a few people, right? I don't want anybody talking over each other as well. I know I do that, but I'm going to try to get better at that. And I'm insistent nobody's to talk over each other. I want to get everybody's point of view. So if you want to come on, send me a DM right now, whether you're on Messenger, Twitter, send me a DM. I'll bring you on and we'll discuss this for the next 20 minutes. You'll have 20 minutes by the time everybody sends me DMs and all that, I reckon. So if you want to come on, let me know now. If not, you're just going to hear me talking for another 20 minutes. So if you want to come on, send me a DM. Don't be shy. And as I said, yeah, keep that up as well. BBC, send you our emails, whatever you want to do. But as I said, be nice. You know, we've got to show BBC that we're better than them, by the way. You don't need to get angry. You just give your concerns and say that the reports from Sky News and other media outlets out there that Michael Sheen is a fan favourite and that you would like to see him being cast. So yeah, so let me see. Don't think anybody wants to come on. That's fine. That's fine. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. I haven't received any messages, so okay. So yeah, as I said, Michael Sheen is fan favorite right now. To take over. But that obviously, as I said, it doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things. But the fact that there is momentum behind his name, the media outlets are reporting on him. This is a good thing. It puts him in the public eye now. And again, for those that weren't quite sure about Michael Sheen, you know, now that they're hearing all of this, it might encourage them to actually say, oh yeah, he is a good choice. You know, he mightn't have been a name on most people's lips, but all of a sudden now, because he's being reported, it will. So Ian Levine has put up a tweet and he has wrote this. This is why, look, when you get people like Ian Levine and all getting behind this, we really do need to get behind it. We need to put our personal differences aside, man. He says, okay, let's imagine the path to a golden age for Doctor Who. Ditch the idea of an actual showrunner. Michael Sheen as the Doctor. Phil Collinson back as a producer and Joe Michael Straczynski as script editor and head writer. Now, that can't fail. Right? So that's from Ian Levine. And as you know, he hasn't had the greatest relationship with BBC over the last few years, especially during this era. He came out and criticised decisions that were made. And let's be honest, the J-bots, or if you want to call them that, weren't happy with him either. And he constantly gets attacked by these toxic individuals. But that's what he has said. So hold on, let's see. So then you have other people responding to his tweet and saying, "Oh, let's bring in Haley Atwell. Let's bring in a woman because we're all a bunch of sexists because we don't like men. So we just want women in the role. Let's get a woman." It failed. It failed miserably, you bloody morons. Right? It failed, and you can spin it all you want. The female doctor failed on every single bloody level. Every level. Jodie Whittaker's acting was atrocious, right? Her character development was atrocious. Chris Chibnall's writing and story arcs were atrocious, right? He can't do anything right, okay? So I'm sorry, right? No other woman should get the role right now because it's tainted. All right, and if you can't see through that because all you want to do is upset long-term fans and fans that haven't liked this area, well, then you are doing it for the wrong reasons anyway, right? You are doing it for the wrong reasons, right? You just want to upset fans. That's it. That is our motivation, right? Oh, let's bring in a female doctor and a female showrunner because all the fans will get upset. That's all you care about. You don't care about Doctor Who. You don't care about Doctor Who. So don't tell me that you all like Doctor Who when all you want to do is change everything about it. Right? Idiots. You are losing momentum anyway. They're not listening. People are not listening to you anymore. And rightly bloody so. And the media should keep running with the Michael. Look, a Michael Sheen's front runner for me. Right, whether he gets the job or not now is a different story. But for me, Michael Sheen is the front runner, right? And I'm being honest. I think everything is in place for him to take over. To be quite honest, the stars seem to be aligning in all right directions. Right now, I do have a guest that I can bring on because I know Lee got on to me. Lee is busy, so I don't mind because Lee is busy. But everybody must be shy. But we do have one person that's willing to come on. So I'm going to invite him now. So check your email, pal. Check your email. You should be getting an email now. Any second. If this computer will hurry up, that is. As I said, this was too important not to live stream. See, I could have done a pre-record, people watch it. And that was it. But I also wanted to kind of interact with you guys while we're talking about this, because it is important that you understand we're in a very unique situation right now, and we'll never get another chance like this ever again, and we won't. And as I said in previous videos, I don't believe that I don't believe that it's a good idea that they go with a woman doctor for the next doctor. I think Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall have made sure that that's tainted. So, you know, as someone said, and I said it on this channel, someone said bringing in a man would kind of reinvigorate the show again. Because remember, we've had to wait 18 months for every season, right? So there has been that big gap. So it does feel like 5 years nearly, you know? It does feel like 5 years they've been around. You know, we felt every single day of it. So the thing about it is bringing in a bloke is not a bad idea. It would reinvigorate the show. And that's the thing. But the other side are only interested. You've got YouTubers like Mr. TARDIS putting out tweets out there saying that they hope he goes for Sally Wainwright and all of these other people. And why? Not because she's greater at him, because it will upset the Not My Doctors. And this is the attitude that they actually have. They don't really care about the show. They never have. They just want to upset long-term fans and people that have not been fans of this era. That is no reason or reason to be coming out with the choices that you want. They have to be legit, and they're not legit reasons, right? You just want to upset fans even further. Now, listen, if they do go your way, right? You've killed the show, mate. You and others have killed the show. Because no Doctor Who fan, 10,000 people that voted in a Radio Times poll, right? All the men in that poll did better than any woman except for Jo Martin was the exception, right? Kelly MacDonald, I think her name was, she finished 10th. All the rest were male. All the rest of them were male. Only 2 women made the top 10, right? And just to let you know, Michaela Cole was in this list along with other actresses of high caliber. They didn't even make the top 10, right? So the British public, now I know it's only a poll of 10,000, right? But that's a good indicator that fans have had enough of the female Doctor experiment. It hasn't worked. And they want BBC to go back to a traditional route. So there's only one look, if they don't go with Michael Sheen, they have to go with a bloke, in my opinion. They have to. They can't go with another female Doctor. It won't work. It won't work. Fans have had enough. Right? I'm not saying it won't work in the future. Right? New showrunner could come along, lay the groundwork then for another female Doctor to take over. And then maybe when the next female Doctor is cast in a few years' time, we won't be as reactionary to it as we were with Jodie Whittaker. Because maybe a new showrunner will put the fucking the breadcrumbs in place. Right? And this is what should have happened with Jodie Whittaker if they were going to do this. Right? They should have they should have been planning this for years. Right? That one day we're going to bring in a female Doctor. So let's lay the groundwork. Right? But they haven't. So this is why this didn't work. So, you know, from now with a new showrunner, new male Doctor, they could start laying the groundwork for the next few years if they do decide to do it. I still think it's the Doctor is a male role. But if they're going to go with a female Doctor, you never know. With the right actress, we don't know. We just don't know because we never had the right actress in the first place. We had Jodie bloody Whittaker, right? And her level is Broadchurch and whatever that nursing show that she was on, right? Doctor Who is 3-4 levels above her pay grade. She should never have been given the role. And I know that'll upset a lot of Jodie Whittaker fans out there. Don't care, right? That is the bottom line. She isn't this great Doctor that you make her out to be. She's no screen presence whatsoever, right? That's why they brought in the amount of companions that they brought in. Because Chris Chibnall knew himself that she hadn't got the gravitas. She doesn't have the screen presence, right? And she never had. She never had. So, again, you know, decisions, you have to start thinking, right? And even you Jodie Whittaker fans, you have to forget about it now, right? It didn't work. That's the bottom line, right? Now, if you don't accept that, that's fine. But you're not going to try to control the narrative. And the narrative is being taken away from you anyway. Thanks to that Radio Times poll, the Radio Times actually did an article on it, which I showed you on this channel, which we talked about on this channel, right? And now Sky News, BBC News, and other media outlets now, like the News, are picked up on this and are saying that Michael Sheen is everybody's preferred choice to play Dr. 14. And he is. He is. And over the years we've been speaking on this channel, I've asked people over the last few years, who would they like as the new Doctor? Right? Michael Sheen's name is always the one that comes up. So, you know, stop diddly-dallying BBC. You know, the public are telling you what they want. Yes, 10,000 people only, but that's 10,000 people. He won 20% of the vote. You know? It says all you need to, it says everything. Look, if BBC missed it, like as I said with fans, if you just don't do anything about this and get behind this hashtag, then you're missing an opportunity. Right? It's the same with BBC. If BBC don't take notice of this and listen to the fans, you know, they've missed an opportunity. The British public have also spoken. Remember, it wasn't 10,000 Doctor Who fans that voted on this poll, right? The British public would have voted on this poll. Now, here's the thing. It would have been interesting to see if they had left the poll for a few more weeks to see how the result had went. And I guarantee it'd still be the same. I guarantee you Michael Sheen would have came out on top on that poll, right? But they closed it down. Right, let's bring on our guest. And we've only got a couple of minutes left anyway, so I'm going to try get as much out of him as I can. But it's the one and only Scottish Davros. Welcome.
Hello, how are you? I just heard the getting news before you started streaming about Sky News picking up the fans on Sheen to be on. So now's the time. Now's the time to sort of capitalize on it.
I agree. I mean, look, I think everybody is telling BBC what they want, and BBC. It's about time that BBC listen. Because if they go with another woman, right, and they deliberately go with another woman because they want to reinforce this female doctor, right, and they're not going to back down on it. Well, I think it's the wrong way of going about it. You could always bring in a male doctor, and then, as I said yesterday, if BBC are so intent on making this female doctor canon, right? Well, then, they could rotate every few years, couldn't they?
Yeah.
They could go from a man doctor then to a woman doctor, back to a woman doctor. I know that might be most fans' idea of heaven, but it could work.
But here's the but here's the sort of question I've posed. Do you think Sheen, I think it's cast, have the same sort of years and how long do you think Michael Sheen would actually
Well, I reckon if they did offer him a contract, they'll offer him the contract that they offer every incoming doctor, which is a three serious deal, right? Now, if he was to be cast, just say, right, and he is the doctor for Series 14, right? Now, it'd be BBC will be looking at the ratings very carefully. They'll be looking at how fans respond to that. Now, the few hundred J-bots won't figure in this at all because there's already fans in the wings that I've been talking to that have said, well, if you bring in Michael Sheen, they're willing to give the show another chance, right? So I think BBC need to be aware of this and need to understand that you actually have a unique opportunity to bring more fans back, actually. You might lose some of the J-bots, but you will bring back more fans if they go with Michael Sheen. But I have to be honest, the ball is firmly in BBC's court now. The media's reported on it. There's no getting around this. I mean, they're not talking about, in the media, they're not talking about Michaela Cole. They're not talking about Hayley Atwell. They're not talking about Jodie Comer. They're not talking about all of these other female names have been mentioned. They're talking about Michael Sheen. And that tells you everything that you need to know. Even the media, as I said, since Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall came out, now the media is coming out now and slating this area. Well, where were you? When we actually need you just to criticise? But they'll criticise now because they blow where the wind blows. And right now the wind is blowing with Michael Sheen, so they're going to run with that. But Michael Sheen is fans' choice. I said it. And people think, I know the J-bots on the other side will be saying, no, that's not true. It's a false net. No, it's not. The poll told me everything that we needed to know. 10,000 people, it was fans and the British public, voted Michael Sheen, right? Tells you all you need to know. So I think, look, the BBC could pander to this lot again, right? But for me, it shows that they're losing momentum, they're losing their steam in the fandom, they're losing their influence in the fandom. But BBC can hand it right back to them again if they cast another woman doctor. Yeah, and I hope they don't. I hope they are listening to this because it's they've only got one chance. As I said, this is the last chance with me anyway. Right? I know some fans have already walked away and are not willing to give them another chance. But I've stuck here, right? I've stuck here all the way through this feckin' era, right? They only get one more chance. They only get one more chance now at me. And then I'm done. I'm done. If they cast another woman, I'm gone. And I'm not gone because just that. I'm gone because they didn't listen to the public and to the fans. And all they did was pander to that small minority of fans again, right? They cannot pander to this small minority of fans again. Their time in this fandom is up. And BBC must do the right thing. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. You were actually, but at the same point as but the same point as well, right? As you know, me, yeah, I've been quite sort of oh, on this campaign on getting behind it and whatever. I can't figure out the people that me and yourself associate with us, but how's the time for people to put to put their hatred the BBC aside and try and get behind the campaign? Because you're never going to get a bit or opportunity to save the show because as you've said and because as you said the supporters of this era are finally starting to lose their power. So like as I said
Yes,
um
see, this is why I've disagreed with fans out there
yeah,
that have said, well, BBC won't listen. Doctor Who is dead because the people that are still in charge, that are above Chris Chibnall, are still there. That makes no difference. I've been saying this for months now, right? At the end of the day, right, their experiment has failed. BBC are on their knees, right?
yeah.
Nobody's buying Jodie Whittaker merchandise except a couple of handful of fans that she has, right? Or DVDs or Blu-ray box sets, all in reduced prices.
Or
When
in
the jacket
charity
first
shop.
appeared, there was 75% off the jacket. We did this. We did a video on all of this a
Yeah.
couple of years back. Right, our merchandise not selling. Someone in the chat just said there, Friley 1974 makes a very valid point. The Turner said, can you imagine the Sheen merchandise for Doctor Who? It would go through the roof. Yes, it would. Absolutely, it would. Because fans are starving for merchandise. And another thing BBC need to stop doing as well. Remember, this is a family show. It's not a kids show. It's a family show. It's supposed to appeal to adults as well. What Chris Chibnall has done is he has dumbed it down so much that don't get me wrong, Sarah Jane Adventures are way better, right? But it's been dumbed down even more than that to appeal to little kids, and they have forgotten the adults and the teenagers are all in between that watch this show with their family, right? And that's what Doctor Who is missing. It's not a family show anymore. It's a kiddie show. And I'm sorry, I don't want to be sitting there watching a kiddie show. Neither does Daniel or anybody else in the chat. We want to watch a family show. It's supposed to be family entertainment, a family drama storytelling.
And that is only and that is only made even more evident with the if the stay on the official to I can you know how the sort of the the current sort of dance music video that is probably one of the most embarrassing things I've ever
I know, I see.
I've ever actually seen.
I know. I've noticed lately that people are going back to the Doctor Who accounts from back in 2017 and stuff, and and looking at those cringy dances. Unbelievable that this show. That's what I mean. It's not a family show anymore. It's been turned into a show for a bunch of 5 and 6 year olds. And I'm sorry, but no adult's gonna sit there and watch Doctor Who if it's like that. It's supposed to appeal to the adults as well. Now, I know fans have picked up on this, the next generation or a new generation of fans, and people are picking up on that, thinking that BBC is going to go totally the opposite way. Listen, they can't ignore this. They can't ignore this. So if they were thinking that, well then, as I said, if they do go the opposite way, I'm done. I'm not watching
Same here.
Series 14. Jodie Whittaker's era will be the last era that I'll watch. And I think that'll be the case for a lot of fans. So do you know what's going to happen then? The ratings are going to plummet even further. So look, BBC actually have a chance here to do the right thing. Momentum is behind Michael Sheen. If I were BBC and someone within the BBC, I'd be looking at this and say, okay, we need to capitalize on this. They want Michael Sheen. Let's see what we could do to bring him in. And they should be thinking of pound signs, right? That's all that should be going through their heads, is how much money can we make out of this show, and how much money we can make out of fans, right? And you want my money again, you want Daniel's money again, cast Michael Sheen. You cast Michael Sheen, bring in the right showrunner, and you tone down your politics and your ideology, and you just give us the writing that we've always wanted Doctor Who to be under Chris Chibnall, better. If you give us better than what he's produced, well then you will have momentum on your side. Fans will come back.
Because I remember, because I remember during the RTE and even more of the era, it was always events sort of EV, and I think as well, if you cast somebody if you cast somebody like Sheen in there, I think he would be able to attract the same sort of audience again, provided as well that you get a competent showrunner and a few other good writers to assist the showrunner. And I think as well, I think maybe Toby Whitehouse, or however you say his name, would probably be the best sort of a choice, because he's get proven sort of credentials.
I just want to read this comment out here. It says, you're kidding yourself if you think BBC is going to do anything for the fans. They think they are toxic. Listen, I know the bigger YouTubers are coming out with this kind of rhetoric, and I disagree, right? I actually disagree 100%. BBC do care, right? It's why they pulled the plug on Whittaker and Chibnall, right? They do care. They want Doctor Who to succeed. All of this fake rhetoric that, the BBC don't care and all of this. Listen, I've been receiving information since this era has begun, right? And there's been stuff that I haven't been able to release. and stuff that I have, right? And I can tell you now that BBC do care about Doctor Who. They do want it to succeed. So no, I'm not kidding myself. But I am a realist as well, and I do know there is a possibility that they could go the other way. But I think, as I said, this kind of attitude here is the attitude that I'm talking about. You know, we need to get away from that, right? We need to get away from that. Put our personal feelings aside. You know, but the momentum is with Michael Sheen right now, right? So, you know, I'm kind of sick of all of this, that the BBC don't care and all of this, and they think all fans are toxic. Listen, they're not Disney, right? They're not Disney. There may be a few within BBC that do think that, but the majority of people that work behind the BBC actually care about Doctor Who. And that's what I've been told, right? And it comes from very reliable sources. And even Eddie Ascaro has reported the same thing. BBC wanted to succeed. Why do you think it's not going off air, right? People were talking about, let the show die. You know, it's not. Why do they keep flogging a dead fish? It's because they don't want it to go. They've always wanted. They want Doctor Who to succeed. They thought Chris Chibnall was going to be the man to bring it not just only to a new generation of fans, but to reinvigorate the show with his timeless child nonsense. They realised that none of that has worked, right? But all of this that they don't care about Doctor Who and they don't want Doctor Who to succeed, well, I can tell you that they do. They do. They care very much about the IP. It's the IP that used to bring them in a lot of money. And they're not just going to let it, they're just going to let it disappear. So, as I said, it's up to yourselves. You don't want to get behind me hashtag, that's fine. But as I said as well, I'm sick of the other big YouTubers as well throwing it back in me face that, oh, well, Doctor Who is dead and all of this rubbish. Well, keep your negativity to yourselves, right? Because I'm done. I'm done with the negativity from our side as well, right? Either get behind the hashtag or don't comment at all, is what I would say. I'm sick of it. I put a post up on Twitter. Oh, it's not going to work. A BBC won't. I didn't ask you that. I asked you to get behind the hashtag. I gave the reasons why. So, you know, as I said, it's up to yourselves. The ball's in user court as well. This is the best opportunity that we have to have our voices heard. As I said, all the news outlets are reporting on this. It's even been on the TV Sky News. So this isn't like any other. This is not like any other situation, right? We're in a unique situation right now, right? We're never going to get this opportunity again. Never. This will be the only chance that we have now, right? The momentum is on his side right now. Unless he actually rules himself out of the job, that's the only way that he's not getting it right now. Right? If he rules himself out, or BBC do go the opposite way. But for what I've been told, that might not be the case. They're looking at this situation very carefully. And I'm sick of people, and I'm not saying it to you, Tim. I'm not saying it to you. Listen, I've been getting this shit for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, right? I have as well.
Since this hashtag going, oh, I'm not going to do it because the people that work beyond BBC and all of this. Well, don't fucking comment then.
Yeah, I'm good.
Not gone, right? Don't be bringing your negativity into me posts, right? Get away.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do fucking something here.
Yeah, because I'm getting it as well when it's like that.
It's not a random poll, though, Tim. This is Radio Times. It's being reported by Sky News. This is not like every other situation, mate. This is a unique situation. It's not just a random poll. It was a poll done by RadioTimes.com asking fans who they'd like to see as the next Doctor. It got 10,000 votes and Michael Sheen got 20% of the vote. He won the poll.
Yeah.
So this is a unique situation. Right, and polls do matter, by the way, in the grand scheme. Well, they used to, right, until the J-bots start over the last few years, start rigging them all. But this was one post that they couldn't rig. because 10,000 people went in and voted on it. No, the Radio Times isn't casted, but the Radio Times has had a relationship with the BBC. See, this is what I'm getting. Look, if you don't agree, that's fine, man. Just keep your comments to yourself. Seriously, man. Like this is the attitude I'm talking about. Right? We're not going to get anywhere. Even when I went and approached big YouTubers to do it. Nah, BBC is dead. Doctor Who is dead. I'm not going to do it. It's not going to make any difference. I'm not getting me hopes up. I know it could go the other way. Listen, I've already said this. They could go the other way. But right now we have fucking momentum. Like, how more clear do I have to be, man? We have momentum. As I said, and I've been saying it ever since I've been doing my hashtag Sheen for 14 videos. I said they mightn't even cast Michael Sheen. Right? They could go with a different bloke altogether, or they could go with another woman. Right? But it's at least we're getting our voices to be heard. We've got an opportunity to have our voices to be heard for once. And all I'm just getting is just people just coming at me all the time with all of this. It's annoying me.
Yeah, same here.
Right? It's like the attitude, it's like, oh, I don't give a fuck anymore. Well, obviously you do, because you wouldn't be still here. Right? You wouldn't be watching me, or you wouldn't be watching other YouTubers complain about Doctor Who and the state it's in if he didn't care. And I'm fine. I don't need to simmer down. I'm fine. I'm just pissed off at the constant negativity. Even when I throw up bleeding tweets, hashtag Sheen for 14, I get some gobshite coming in. I'm not going to do that because BBC won't change. They won't cast Michael Sheen. I didn't say they would. It's all about sending a message. And I'm not getting me hopes up, right? But I do feel that we have an opportunity here. And listen, every time I've said stuff like this, right, I've been ignored. And then, then people say, oh, yeah, no, you are right. We should have done this, that, and the other, right? I'm asking you to do something and I'm still getting pushed back.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is either support the hashtag or don't. But as I said, if it goes the opposite way and they do cast a woman, nobody has a right to complain about the series anymore. You just have no right. Because you have an opportunity here now to actually do something.
Yeah, exactly. It can ask the kid is fanboy with
Yeah, Tim, I get it. Tim, we've all been in the same boat as you, right? I know what BBC have done the last 7 years, right? I haven't forgotten that, right? They absolutely broke me heart. Go and watch me Timeless Children review, right? I was devastated, right? But I'm under no illusion that it could go the other way, right? But right now, we have momentum. We have a unique opportunity that we haven't had in 7 years, let's just say, right? Are we really going to throw away because we don't think BBC is going to change, or you don't think they're going to cast Michael Sheen? That's not the point. The point is sending a message to BBC. Right now, the news outlets in the UK are reporting on this. And for anybody that doesn't live in the UK, this is big. This is big. When Sky News reports, ask Daniel, ask people that are from the UK, right? This is big. This isn't something that can just be dismissed. This is huge. We've never had a situation like this before. Look, I'm going to be out straight here. I don't want Doctor Who to go away, right? I may have been angry over the last couple of years, said if it dies, and all of this, like all you had said at one stage.
Yeah.
But deep down, I don't want it to go. Right? The show means a lot to me. Right? And it means a lot to a lot of you in the chat as well. I know that. But we've got to put our personal differences aside. We have to put our personal feelings aside on how we feel about the BBC right now. This is just about sending a message. And Elise says, guys, I get it, but listen to yourselves. It's defeatist. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I've already given up. And I understand that the last 7 years have been hard for you and the lifeblood is being sucked out of you, and I can get it to a certain extent. But guys, this is the only chance that we have.
Yep.
We've never had an opportunity like this, so come on. You know, I know yous are all thinking on getting me hopes up. I know deep down they probably will go the other way, but we have a chance. We have a real opportunity here to have our voices being heard now that the news outlets are reporting on it. We can't let this pass us by. We really can't. And you know, I blame the bigger YouTubers anyway, right? Because they're the ones with their attitude that are making you all feel this way. Because once they say something, it's like the Suicide Squad. I keep getting all of this because certain people in the fandom menace like Suicide Squad. I have to be wrong about the movie. So what? So all of a sudden they've become the people that is go to for review. I'm sorry, no. I have an independent thought. I didn't like the movie, right? If other people did, fair play to them. I didn't, but I'm getting this. I got several messages, people. Well, because of this person and this person liked it, I don't believe your review. I'll listen to them. Fine. You want to listen to them and let them steer you? That's fine, right? But at the end of the day, what happened, which is going and watching these things for yourselves, what happened about you not becoming a hive mind? You have become exactly that, right? I come out and I criticise a movie and I get bleeding battered for it. I got battered for it. And by the way, all the articles coming out saying it's a box office flop, right? And I don't want to hear anybody say, oh, because streaming on HBO Max as well. Well, so was Black Widow, but they all framed it that Black Widow was a flop. So they can't go back on their word now and say that the Suicide Squad isn't a flop, because then they're being hypocrites. Then they're playing the game, right? Because you can't say that for Black Widow and then don't apply the same rules to the Suicide Squad, right? And this is what I'm starting to see now. I'm starting to see all of this becoming a hive mind. Man, Jesus Christ. I even said to people in my review, if you don't like my opinion, that's fine, fair enough. I suggest that you watch it yourselves. And I'm sorry I'm having a rant. I didn't want to come back here and have a rant, but I'm sick of the defeatist attitude. We are not defeated yet. Right? And this is gaining momentum. And I'm asking and I'm begging people out there to get behind it. No matter what your personal feelings of me or your personal feelings towards the BBC are. Hashtag Sheen for 14 is gaining momentum. So let's do it. Come on. We can do this, folks. And look at, as I said, right? If BBC do cast another woman, right? It's at least we can look at ourselves after all of this situation and say, well, it's at least we tried. It's at least we tried to make them understand and see. And this is for years we haven't been listened to and being ignored. But right now with all of this going on, this is the perfect opportunity for us to be heard and not to be ignored. So it's up to you ourselves, but I am sick of the I've been squandered on every level here, because If these big YouTubers were only willing to get behind this hashtag, we could get that hashtag trending and they'd have to talk about it again. Again, we'd be keeping Michael Sheen in the spotlight. But the big YouTubers won't get behind it, which is very disappointing. Right? Put your personal feelings a bloody side.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what more to say. You know? If we let this opportunity pass us by, as I said, nobody has the right to complain about the future of Doctor Who. You don't. I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm very passionate about this. There's a difference. I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm passionate because I believe in this. Because I believe that we can actually make a difference, have our voices heard. As I said, it might all blow back in their faces and they go with a female, but at least we could say we tried. And that's the point. I just don't know anymore. Like, I don't know what fans want. On one hand, you just wanted Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker gone. Now that they're gone, now there's resistance to get behind a hashtag because now the excuse is, well, the same people are in charge of the BBC. Well, they're not going anywhere, right? And by the way, that's a weak argument, right? Because they're still able to produce shows like Line of Duty, Peaky Blinders, and all these, Killing Eve at one stage, right? They could produce high quality programming, right? The difference is, as I have said, Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall inserted their own personal ideology and politics into the show. That's the difference, right? And then I had people saying, well, I'm not going to get behind the hashtag Sheen for 40 because he's left-winged. Well, sorry to let you know, right? Christopher Eccleston is left-wing. David Tennant's left-wing. Matt Smith is left-wing. And Peter Capaldi is left-wing, right? So that argument is a weak one. Yeah. The difference is those guys that I've mentioned didn't put their personal politics and their personal ideology in the show. Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker did. Well, okay, that's fair enough. You haven't seen any resistance to the hashtag, but if you look on my Twitter account, you will actually see that there is resistance to the hashtag, actually. Get behind it. He's made it clear that he's not going to get behind, and he's a friend of mine, but he won't get behind it. I have tried to get Gary from Neurotic. I've sent him messages and all. Nobody is wants to get behind this, and they're the big YouTubers. I'm a small YouTuber, right? They like Doctor Who, or they were fans of Doctor Who before this mess came along. And yes, I know they're fed up, right? But they won't get behind it. So I have had resistance, and if you go in, you'll actually even see some people even say that they won't get behind Michael Sheen because he's left-winged. I actually blocked someone because I'm sick of this rubbish.
Yeah, same here.
Right? I'm sick of the constant negativity. Right? So I have had resistance. Right, here we have another guest, so I better bring them on.
Yeah.
But look, I'm very passionate about this, as you can tell. You know, and I'm getting fully behind this. And yes, I might end up having it all being thrown back in my face, but it's at least I can hold my head up high and say that I tried. It's at least I can hold my head up and say that I tried. And that's all I want from fans, is to just give it one last effort. And look, if it goes the other way, we're all done with Doctor Who anyway. So I don't know. There's nothing, you know, if you are feeling that Doctor Who's out, you have nothing to lose. That's the thing. That's why I can't understand this. He's have nothing to lose. You know, because if some of you already believe that the show is dead,
yeah,
you know, what is there to lose? There's nothing to lose. You know, I just think right now, you know, it's just, you know, fans have been treated like shit. I know that. But this is an opportunity we're never going to have again. Never. And we won't. We'll never have another opportunity like this again. So it's up to you ourselves anyway. Look, I've given an impassionate plea. I've told you where I stand. If you want to get behind the hashtag, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. But I'm going to continue to do so, and I'm going to continue to rally as many people as I can to get behind it.
Yeah.
Before our time runs out, you know, it's hot now, so we need to really stop dilly-dallying.
Yeah, and I'm actually thinking of doing a stream on the campaign myself.
Well, I would encourage you to do so, and I'd encourage any other YouTuber that has a channel out there to do the same.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as I said, I'm under no illusion that this could all go back and smack me in the face, right? Yeah. But I'm willing to put my personal differences aside with the BBC and Chris Chibnall right now to get behind this. Yeah. And I have, and you know, it is sad, I have faced some resistance. All it takes is one of those big YouTubers to get behind this and ask their support to get behind it, and it would trend. It would actually trend. Could you imagine if Gary from Neurotics actually went on a stream and said, I want you all on Twitter to get behind the hashtag Sheen for 14? It would trend. If Ballstrek did the same, it would trend. Right? And that's what I'm trying to get done here. Because if it trends, then it keeps Michael Sheen in the spotlight, right? And then all of these news articles start reporting on it again. Oh, look, Sheen for 14 is trending. You know, we gain the momentum over these fans that have controlled this fandom for the last few years. We gain the momentum. And yeah, I am friends with you all. We can disagree, Tim, you know, and you know me, I'm a very passionate guy, and I'm not giving out to you or any. I'm just frustrated, mate. I'm just frustrated because I think this is a real opportunity that we have right now. Let's go exactly like Friday. Let's go down fighting, man. Because it will be the last time. If they go the other way, we're not watching Doctor Who anymore, are we? No, we won't come back for it. So it'll die then, won't it? But let's do something while we have a chance to do something now. Let's go down fighting. Let's go down fighting. You know, if the show means as much to you as it does to me, right? We should fight for it. We should fight for it. And I mean Doctor Who itself. We should fight for it. Because it means a lot to us all. That's why I don't think we should just walk away. Not yet anyway. We go down fighting. I'm under no illusion that it could go the opposite way. I know that. But let's go down fighting. Because you know what? You know, like is all is, right? And I am getting a bit emotional here because I'll tell you why. We've had to put up with this for 5-6 years, all of this crap, right? We've been ignored by the BBC for years. And yes, Tim, they have attacked us. They've said horrible things about us, right? Things about us. But we have a chance now. We have one opportunity. As Eminem says, you've only got one opportunity. You got to just let it go. You know, what's that song? Lose Yourself, right? That's a perfect song for this situation. You've only got one moment, one time, and this is our time. Right, let's bring on our next guest because I wasn't planning on staying on this long, but it has become very passionate and that's it. We're not fighting. For anybody that's new to the channel, this is the way me and me chat go on. We do have disagreements. We do have debates. It's all healthy, you know, when nobody's falling out with each other. We're all still bloody friends. You know, Tim will be on the channel again at some stage. You know, he hasn't been on in a while, but he'll be on again. This is what we do. We're friends. We're able to talk to each other like this. He knows what I'm like. I'm passionate. I've always been. So I see Queen Charlie's in the chat. If you would like to join the panel, let me know. Send me a message, and I'll send you. I'll send you the link if you want to. I'll send you an email. Actually, I'll send you an email if you want to come on. So Charlotte, let us know if you want to come on there. We all knew it wouldn't go for now. Well, listen. You know, I needed to do this stream today because when I saw the Sky News, this wasn't the time for a pre-record. It's earlier than I thought I'd come back for a live stream, but I had to do this. I had to put my own issues aside as well, the stuff that I'm going through, to do this because it means the world to me. I don't think people understand how much this show actually means to me. I said it. I would fight tooth and nail. And that's what I'm doing. And if that's toxic to some people out there that used to be friends, because there's people that turned against me, if that's toxic, fine. If that's what you perceive as toxic, it's not. It's me defending a show that I love, a show that's to save my life. I wouldn't be here talking to you if Doctor Who didn't come back in 2005. I'd be dead. I'd be 6 feet under. You would never have known me. Right? This show came back at just the right time. My life was fucking dire between 2004 and 2006. I was homeless. I had lost my job. I'd lost the place that I was living. I wasn't in a good place. And then this little show came back. And Rose, I was blown away. I was blown away. That speech that Christopher Eccleston says to Rose Tyler as he's walking towards the TARDIS, that's when I knew Doctor Who was back. And then it gave me the will to live because I wanted to see what would happen. So I owe this show. And I'll keep fighting for it. For as long as I've got the energy. But for me, even this will be, if it goes the other way, as Tim said, and they do go for a female doctor, I will be done because it's not good for me mental health. But I will fight until I know who the next doctor is. And then when that decision is made, and if it's a woman, then I'm done. I'm done. Right, I have 2 ladies coming on. So I'm gonna send the Queen her email now, and then we're gonna bring on the 2 ladies because the 2 lads are here. So let's even the panel up a little bit, and let's get the points of view from the female fans and what they think, because it's important. You know, I get accused of being a sexist pig.
Yeah, I get the same.
Bring on a couple of the girls that and we already know that Charlotte is pretty straightforward. And I had Melina on. This is the second time now that we're gonna have her on, and she was very very opinionated, just like myself. And you know what? We need a lot more women like Melina and Charlotte in this fandom. They truly represent the women of this fandom that didn't buy into this female doctor rubbish. And as I said, you know, I'm not fighting with anybody in the chat. I'm just very passionate right now. And I love yous all deep down, yous know that. But sometimes yous feckin' annoy me to hell. Yous really do, man. But please, just look, as I said, if you don't want to get behind the hashtag, I understand, and I actually do understand. But I would say, look, I know you're angry with BBC, just for these few weeks or months. Let's just put that aside for now, and let's see which
Yeah.
direction BBC do go in. It'll be very telling. When we will know pretty soon enough when when we know who the new showrunner is going to be, then we will kind of have some sort of idea, because it depends on the person, you know. So who they bring in is going to be very vital. So I'm just waiting on the Queen to join us, and then I'll bring the two ladies on together. And but Daniel, is there anything else you would like to add on this whole situation while we're waiting on?
To be honest, just to kind of repeat what you've said, I think as well, if you get a YouTube channel, if you get a YouTube channel like myself and obviously yourself, you have to, um, you have to promote this campaign because I've scheduled a live stream for a with a specific purpose of promoting the campaign. So I think as well the more sort of YouTubers that will get on board, the better.
That's it.
Yeah, because the easy some the daisies of youngness.
Oh, there she is. I just sent her a second email because I didn't think the first one had gone through. So I'm going to bring on the two ladies together. This is going to be very interesting because I know they're just as fiery as myself. But look, I don't want people to take it the wrong way. Me ranting here. I'm just passionate about this whole situation. And listen, as I said, I'm under no illusion, and I'm not setting myself up to be disappointed. I know that they could go the other way. I'm under no illusion. But as I said, right now we have a unique opportunity here, and momentum seems to be with Michael Sheen. As I said, imagine if we got that hashtag trending, just like the J-Bots had got all the other hashtags trending. All the media outlets would pick up on it, right? They'd have to report on it, which means that we're keeping his name in the public eye. But let's see what the girls have to say. So let's bring her on because she's been waiting a long time in the studio. So I'll start off by bringing on Melina first. So I'll just wait because I see that our sound is off. So we'll bring her on now. So here is the one and only Melina.
Hello, hi Daniel, Noel. How are you guys?
Hello.
I'm not too bad. Nice to have you back. Nice to have you back. Let's bring on our next guest. It's Queen Charlotte.
Sorry, I had to find the iPad. That's why I was a bit late.
No, you're grand. You are absolutely okay. Right, well, ladies, you have heard me speaking for the last hour. Poor Daniel has only gotten a few words in. But now that you girls are here as well now, Daniel, this be our opportunity as well to get a bit of talk in now because I'm going to shut up because when the ladies come on, you know what I'm like. But Charlotte, we'll start with you. Obviously, you've heard everything that I've had to talk about. Where do you stand on this whole situation anyway?
Well, I agree with you. I think right now the BBC is in a deciding time. I don't think they've picked any showrunner or any doctor because they would have announced that with the leaving of Chibnall and Whittaker, and they've given themselves till 2022. That's not by accident. That is them giving themselves more time. So I do really think they need to see that there's not just one voice in this fandom. They need to see that there's plenty of other voices who have not liked the politics, who have not liked the blatant pandering that we've had with the Chibnall and Whittaker run. So Sheen is a sign that also tradition's not bad. Tradition has kept this show going for 50+ years.
Exactly.
We need to go back to traditional. That's
To
what I
its
think
roots.
Sheen represents more than anything.
Exactly. Right, you've got a spot on. I couldn't have said it better myself, actually. That's exactly the way to put it. He does. He represents everything that we'd like to see the Doctor, or would like the Doctor to be. It doesn't necessarily mean, as I said, and I've said this during me hashtag Sheen for 14 strains, is that, yeah, they mightn't even go with Michael Sheen. They could go with a different bloke, but at least they know where we stand as a fandom. And as you said as well, you know, there isn't just one side to the fandom here, you know, and they've been pandering to that lot, and look where it's got them. They need to start listening to everybody, you know, and with this Michael Sheen situation now, I think it is a unique time and a unique situation. But Melina, what do you think?
Well, let's see. Where do I start? First of all, I want to start with the comment about Jodie. Why Jodie didn't work as the female Doctor? Because I personally think that they focus so much in making the Doctor a female just to shock people, but they didn't focus on making her a good Doctor, a good female Doctor. So that's why the female Doctor didn't work, and that's why I believe that they should go back, as Charlotte was saying, you know, as it were, as it always were. I would say, like, going back to its roots, as it's supposed to be. I am absolutely down for Michael Sheen, and I agree with you, Noel, on what you're trying to say. Like, I think we should push forward, because since what's it called? What's it called? Radio Times. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not from the UK. I apologize.
No, you're
Yeah.
right. Radio Times.
Radio Times. Okay, good. They had what was 20% of Sheen, and then followed by Richard Ayoade.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I think it is a big deal, and I was actually surprised when I saw that. So, I believe that we should push forward, but cautiously, you know, because I admit I'm kind of freaking out, because I don't want to get, how do I say, I don't want to get disappointed at the end.
I
Yeah,
agree.
we've been
I know where these are all coming from, right? I know
Right.
that there is that fear that you are afraid if you get behind this, that it'll all blow up in their faces and you will be disappointed. That's why
Exactly.
you don't need to get your hopes up, though. This, I think, again, I will say this, that the whole point of this is to send BBC a message,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's to show them that, yeah, Michael Sheen is what we think the Doctor should be or represent. That's it.
he's
We're only
he's
sending a
he,
message.
he- he's a template. He's
Yes.
the template of what we want. We're not all saying we're going to be heartbroken and gutted if it's not him. We are just saying you need an actor of caliber, you need a name, and
Yeah.
you need somebody
Mm-hmm.
who I also think would be brilliant with the fan base, because
Yeah.
this era has been so cold. We've all said this. It's hardly interacted, and I think he would be good when it comes to fans, because he's
Exactly.
a fan.
He represents everything that we imagine the Doctor to be, not with Judge, but with the fandom as well. If you look at him on Twitter, look at how interactive he is.
Yes,
Look
that's
at
what
how
we need.
polite he is. He does a lot of charity work. This guy is everything that we would love the Doctor to be. But at the end of the day, I'm under no illusion that they mightn't even go with him. But it's just to send a message. That's why I think people should try. And I know it's hard. Trust me, I do know it's hard to kind of leave the emotion out of it, right? And it will be hard. But as I said, this is a unique opportunity. And Charlotte and Daniel are from the UK. So they will tell you the fact that Sky News is reporting on this is huge. This is not to be dismissed.
Yeah, it's
This is huge.
massive.
Well, no, it's the fact that I've seen a few now places all comment on this poll, and I think it's because they're noticing a trend. Because if you look at that top 10, like you said in the pre-record you did for this, it wasn't just the fact that a bloke came up top. It's the fact that only 2 female choices got in the top 10. And one of them is Jo, because we'd already seen her.
Joe Martin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she's already been known in the fandom, and
Exactly.
she came
Uh-huh.
across quite well, so that's why she did. I've got a feeling that's why her name did quite well. But any of the actresses that haven't touched the show that would be coming into it hardly got any percentages. It was males that got big chunks of that poll, and I think that is telling.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
well, yeah, the
sad.
bigger picture here is not just Michael Sheen winning the poll. The bigger picture here is, as Charlotte has rightly pointed out, yes, Joe Martin did fare well in the poll. The reason why Charlotte gave the reasons why is because she's only been recently in the show. So, yes, she was always going to rank well. But Kelly MacDonald was the next female. She finished 10th. Now, they had Michaela Cole in this poll. They had
They had
somebody.
Vicky. They had Vicky
Yeah,
McClure.
you have Vicky McClure. All of the female names that have been mentioned from the other side didn't even feature in the top 10. It was 8 men and 2 women. And that tells me everything that we look, 10,000 people in the UK voted in that poll. And by the way, they did pull that poll very quickly when the votes start coming in. So that poll wasn't even allowed to stay up for a long time. And still with that 10,000 votes were cast and Michael Sheen comes out on top. But as I said, quite telling out of all, and that's what I said, they put all the names that were rumoured, right? They put them all in a poll. There's about 20 names or something. And Michael Sheen comes out on top. And in the top 10, as I said, 8 men and 2 women. And one woman finished in 10th. And I think Joe Martin was, what was she?
Third. I think
Third
she
in
was
the
third.
poll. Yeah, she came behind Richard Ayoade. So you had Michael Sheen, Ayoade, and then you had Joe Martin. And then the rest were blokes until you get to the 10th one, which was Kelly MacDonald. Not even Vicky McClure, who has been hotly tipped. Michaela Cole, Hayley Atwell. All of these actresses that all the other side would like came nowhere near. And this is a poll, as I said, that even the Jodie Whittaker fans or the toxic fans of this era couldn't rig.
Well, no, I don't think it's that. I just don't think they were interested. I think it was that. Because think about it, this is about the next Doctor.
Yeah, and now that precious Jodie is gone. Yeah.
I think that's why Michael did so well, honestly, because we've seen some of these people on Twitter already say if the next casting doesn't go their way, they're going to leave.
Yeah.
So
What,
they have no
the
interest.
Jodie bots? The Jodie?
Tom
The
Ellis
Jodie
was
scams?
on the list, Raymond. Don't know where you're getting that from. Tom Ellis was on the list.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. I swore I seen Tom Ellis on that list. He was in the name of 20 people that were mentioned, I think.
I thought he wasn't on it.
There was over 20 people mentioned on it, and I'm pretty sure Tom Ellis was one of the names that was in there. I'll have to go back over that poll again. You could be right. You could be right. Now I'll just check while the girls are talking there. You go ahead, girls, and say is our piece anyway while I check. I'll get the original poll up, right?
Yeah, see, because I've got a feeling Alice wasn't incled, which I thought at the time was a bit odd.
You could be right. You could be right. I could be wrong myself. So hold on. We'll check. We'll check. But
yeah, but Melinda, why? So how do I say your name? I don't want to get it wrong.
Melina or Malina.
Melina. There we go. I didn't want to butcher it. I'm terrible.
No, it's okay. Don't worry.
Well, no, but why do you think then that the fandom is saying off that poll? Obviously, it's not everybody in the fandom, but why do you think a good chunk of that poll wanted a male Doctor? Why do you think?
Because with Jodie, it didn't work, and it just didn't. And I think most of us, and I include myself in this, and as a woman, it's the pandering part. You know, it's just, I don't understand why they made her like that. She could have been a fun Doctor. She could have been like how do I say, like, okay, I'm a woman now, what I'm getting used to having breasts or something like that. It's kind of funny. I think the only moment I chuckled, and I can't remember what episode it was, is when she said, what did she say, come to daddy? And then she said, no, wait, come to mommy, something like that. She said come to daddy, and she said, no, wait, mommy. I think that was the only part that I chuckled. But they couldn't made her something fun, like, because what's her name, Michelle Gomez.
Yes.
She was an excellent master.
Yeah.
That was a huge surprise. And why did it work so well? Why? First of all, they cast a great actress, and second, well, Stephen Moffat knew what he wanted as the master or as a woman. And as you can see, she was enjoying being a woman. She was applying makeup really badly, really bad makeup. She was just kind of like enjoying her new
Yeah.
body. And it was fun. It wasn't pandering, it was fun. And that they could have applied that to Jodie at least. But since it didn't work, that's why the majority is like, well, okay, fine, it didn't work. So I guess we should stick with being like a male doctor. But the truth is, my opinion is that don't fix something that was never broken. If it worked
Yeah.
for 50 plus years, male doctor, just stick it like, just leave it like that. Just there's no point. And I think Moffat said something along the lines, and please correct me if I'm wrong. He said something that um if the show, what did he say? He said something about the female doctor, that it was like it wasn't necessary unless if the show is failing or something
Oh
like that.
yeah, I
Uh-huh.
think he said, and this was like before the show came back. I think he said in a clip, it's like a panic button. A female
There you
doctor.
go. There you go. Panic button. There you go. Exactly like that. And also, I think the politics stuff, like, but Doctor Who had his political themes or political episodes, like in the classic and even the New Who era. But there's a difference between that and the political correctness of
Mm.
or what they call the wokeness today. So, and that's something that a lot of fans are saying, oh, um Doctor Who is too woke, and it's like, oh, the fans that have never seen the show is like, no, 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 no. There's a difference between the politics of, like, for example, the oh gosh, the aliens invasion with Christopher Eccleston, for example. Even that episode, the Idiot's Lantern, it did have some kind of mild political part, and it was the I don't know if you remember the father, who was kind of like a what's the word, I forgot how you say it in English.
Yeah.
Sexist, there you go.
Yes.
Okay, so it did have its little, but it's not like in your face politics, like not the same as today.
Yeah, the
And
story came
uh-huh,
first. Like the story
exactly.
came first, and the politics was there, but it wasn't like we would say, like hitting you in the face. Would probably be the term you've heard, maybe.
Exactly. And I think, and I've seen those people commenting that you mentioned, that if they're gonna cast the doctor as a male, that they're not gonna watch it. It's like, it just goes to show that they're not fans. And here's why: because we especially me, I watched all the seasons with Jodie, even though I wasn't like, okay, female doctor, okay, let me see, let me check it out. And even though I wasn't liking it, I still watched all those episodes and all those horrible seasons. I tortured myself watching that. All of us did. So I mean, if we could stand watching this awful female doctor impersonator, and if they don't want to watch they don't want to keep watching, well, then they can just go. I mean, we don't need those kind of toxic people. They're not even fans, they're just stands.
Yeah.
They're just activists, whatever you want to call them, whatever.
Oh
That's
yeah,
it.
and it's like the rabbi's recently been saying in his videos, she got
Mhm.
11 million for her first episode.
Yeah.
If that doesn't show that this fandom was willing to give a chance,
Exactly.
I don't know what will. That a lot of us
Yeah,
who had
exactly.
nerves, like myself, as soon
Mm-hmm.
as I saw that Breaking the Glass Ceiling trailer, my head was in my hands. Because I was just like, well, thank you for telling me now that you were doing this for politics. Like,
Mm-hmm.
thank you for making it as clear as you possibly could, BBC. But I still watched it, and a lot of the most viewed, like, first episode for a while they got for a doctor. So this fandom was willing to give the female doctor a chance. But now the poll is showing they've blown it.
Exactly.
Actually, I want to pick up on this comment by Lee Halford. If BBC approve a male, that could interpret it as a mission of failure. Would they do that? Interpret it as a mission of failure? Well, it's already failed.
They would do it to save the show. They do it to save this show, Lee. If Jodie had done okay, but hadn't failed as bad, or this era, sorry, probably is fairer to say.
Yeah.
If this era hadn't have failed as bad as it has, they probably could have done another female doctor.
Exactly.
But it's fallen so flat on its face. They might have literally, how do I word this, like backed themselves into a corner almost.
Well, they kind of have. They've look at the merchandise sales and all. See, people have to take this into all account. BBC haven't been making money with this show since the era began. Even after Series 11, after she was heavily promoted, look, when the merchandise came out, nobody was buying it. It was always on sale. I remember her jacket. You know, her white jacket that she wears.
Yeah, the long hood.
It was like 75% off at one stage, right? Nobody was buying her merchandise, right? So nobody's been buying. Only the few fans that they pander to buy their merchandise. But that's not enough in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and here's another thing, Lee. I would not be surprised if licensees right now are having a bit of a say as to who's cast next.
Exactly.
Because they've lost money.
Said that.
They have lost a lot of money. And I would not be surprised if they've just said, obviously it's your decision, but we need a doctor that can sell. You need to give us a doctor that can sell. And that would be to go back to male. So it's not out of the realm. I think that's the better way I'd put it. I wouldn't discount them going male. I really wouldn't, Lee, because they're going to have to put it on a bit of a break anyway, because of how long it's going to probably take them to fix this. So they might also think maybe if we sort of put it to bed for a couple of years, that might make the reaction not as bad if we go back to a male.
There you go. As you can see there, look, it's even being reported here in Ireland. So, hold on. RTE, which is our national broadcaster, they're reporting it. Sky News are reporting it. The Metro. And here's the vote now for the poll. I'll go in now. But as you can see, it's being reported even in Ireland, you know, that he's favourite. Let's hope now. Oh, yeah, you can see that. That's perfect. Right. Let's see this now. So we'll go into the results. So Lydia, another woman, she was probably hoping that the poll.
I've got to be honest, and I think everybody else can add to this. I would have loved to have been in the room when they saw these results come in. I would have loved to have been in that room because we all know that they were banking on something. Yeah, see if it shows the whole thing. I'm sure Tom Ellis wasn't there.
It does. Right, so there you go. So let's hold on. Jesus. Mary and Joseph. I don't want to register, right? Don't want to register for your crappy magazine. There, dismiss this crap. Get the feck. I wouldn't buy a Radio Times if you paid me. Right, so there it is there. So these are all the people that were in it. Joe Martin, T.L. Miller, Ollie Alexander, Lydia West, Sivan Savarvan, whoever that is, haven't got a clue. Richard A. O'Addy, Will Sharp, Michaela Cole, you had Alfred, Alfie, Enoch, Harry Melling, Asa Butterfield, Reggie, these bleeding names. Reggie, Jean Page, wherever you want them. Michael Sheen, Colin Morgan, Alexander Valhos, Nick Mohammed, Ivan, your guy from fucking Misfits and Game of Thrones, Johnny Lee Miller, Aaron.
See, Tom Ellis wasn't there.
Oh, he's not. You're right. Okay. Kelly MacDonald, Vicky McClure, Andrew Scott, Adrian Lester, and Ben Wishaw. But there you go. It's very telling. Look at the amount of women that are actually on this poll. So they can't
Yeah.
actually say that they ignored. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women in a poll of how many is there? About
Oh,
see this. It keeps doing this. So I don't know. It's my computer. But I mean, Michaela Cole was hotly tipped at one stage.
yeah.
I also remember they were talking about what's her face, Vicky McClure. There she is down there. Kelly MacDonald, she's down there. But even some of the names that are fan favorites from the man point of view, Ben Wishaw. You even had your guy Andrew Scott who played Moriarty, but he's Irish, so I rule him out.
So is
But look at
Colin
that.
Morgan.
So you got Michael Sheen there, 19%. So obviously people did continue to vote on it for a little while. But there you go, 15% Richard Ayoade. Ollie Alexander is at 4%. Joe Martin is the woman that leads the poll.
Yeah, but like I said,
the women.
she's already
Mhm.
been in the series. I
Yeah.
swear, if you would have put Joe Martin without her being the fugitive, she would have got the same percentages.
So there you go. I just thought I'd show you that anyway. So no, Andrew Scott for me wouldn't be a good choice. No, he'd be good at playing the master, but he's certainly no Doctor Who, not Doctor material. So yeah, and he's Irish, so I'd rule him out. I wouldn't rule him out to play the master if you were going to get rid of Sacha Dhawan. I'd bring him in because his Moriarty was very good, but he's not Doctor Who material. It's a British role. Even this talk of this New Zealander who didn't feature in the poll taking over, they won't cast someone that isn't outside Britain. I'd be very surprised if they actually went with someone that wasn't British. I would be very, very surprised. But so I think that rules out your one that they're all talking about.
Well, yeah, and if they're not British, they'd have to do a very good British accent, and the
Well, like
Kiwi
David Tennant.
accent is very hard to disguise.
Lee asks, disagree. Why not Irish? Because it's a British role. It's always been a British role, and I wouldn't want an Irish person to play the Doctor. It's not our show. It's a British institution. So no, you cast a British person. I don't see Andrew Scott. Actually, he wouldn't make a good Doctor. He'd make a very good Moriarty.
Yeah, he'd be a good villain. Give him a villainous Time Lord.
He'd make a very good. He'd make a very good master, or he could make a very good villain. But I would not. I cannot see Andrew Scott play. And in fairness, no disrespect to him, he's a good actor. But there are better Irish actors out there. If you were going to go for an Irish actor, anyway, he wouldn't be who he's not Doctor Who material. He could play the master without a spot of bother because he has that whole personality. If you see his Moriarty, if you've watched Sherlock, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. He would be the ideal candidate for a master.
Yeah, because he'd be a bit like Sasha right now. He'd be chaotic. He'd be crazy.
Yeah. Marty wants to come on, so we'll send him an email. Because there is stuff going on Reddit, but I don't really look. So there's YouTubers out there that are getting all their information from Reddit, and most of it is bull. But and I don't think to be prepared, very blunt here, I don't think Reddit is actually reliable place for source information anymore. I think the J-bots have kind of destroyed it.
Well, also, if you think about, because I know you were talking about this on another stream, the way this was done, this announcement, and I've been thinking about this, it screams to me now of this was the BBC taking out Chibnall and Whittaker earlier than they were expecting to be.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the way it was done, the more you think about this, it's like it was announced on Twitter, but like most people who I spoke to, they saw it on the Doctor Who Twitter page first.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't the papers, it wasn't like the usual routes to announce a Doctor and showrunner leaving. So it feels the more, and like I'm sorry, they should have said something during the Comic-Con. They should have said something.
Yeah, and that's why it's telling. Why didn't they? Look, I reckon this is what I reckon. This is just a theory I'm just going to throw out there. But I reckon BBC kind of had their decision made for them. I think they were still thinking, will we still go forward with this? I think they were waiting on a catalyst. And I think the catalyst was the fact that when they did the Comic-Con, it wasn't very well received. And then if you look at the trailer for the latest series, it didn't do well. It's the lowest viewed trailer, I think, of all of the Jodie Whittaker trailers. So I think they look. The fact that here's the thing: you go back through the timeline, right, and it's quite simple, right. If you're as logical as I am, right, I think the decision was already made before the Doctor Who annual had come out. The fact that she didn't feature on that cover when every other Doctor has was telling. As soon as she didn't feature on that cover, I knew she was gone for definite this time. I knew she was gone. I said, this is happening. She is actually gone. Now, the question was, would the Gobshite go with her? And it turns out that Mr. Gobshite is gone with her. But be under no illusion here. I reckon BBC had already had the decision, but I reckon the trailer bad reaction as well was another part of that, and they just said enough is enough. I do reckon now, because there are a couple of YouTubers that have been saying it for the last couple of years, that it wasn't a 5-year plan, it was actually 5 series, right? And if that is the case, they've pulled the rug 2 seasons before, which means then their mind, and look, you're right as well, Charlotte, the licensees, because we've been reporting on this channel, Dan's been reporting it, other YouTubers out there been talking about it. Merchandise sales have not done well. These licensees were screaming out.
Yes. Oh, look
Money.
at Time Lord
This is why we got
Victorious.
Time Lord Victorious. This is why we got the Ninth Doctor Adventures, right?
Yeah.
Because these licensees are trying to recapture some of the money. Look at, for instance, all the character option and the B&M stuff, right? It's all classic stuff.
Look at the animations that we've had announced. Web of Fear, the recent announcement, they've had to go running back to pre-Whittaker. And I've never seen an era where other Doctors have overshadowed a current Doctor.
Exactly.
And that's been going on for a few years with Jodie, but it's been really telling the last year. So that's what I mean. I think,
and it's not all her fault, but
no,
at the end of the day, she did play a role in it. I've been going back recently, as you know, looking at. I did a whole video where I put up all the articles at the time when she was cast, all the interviews that she did, and you could tell she was quite divisive as well, doing that stylist video, making fun of fans. She did herself no favors. Then you had Piers Wenger coming out and saying that they were going to get rid of the idiotic nature and the daftness of the show. And then you have someone come out then saying that Peter Capaldi wasn't universally loved. And they still continue to attack Peter Capaldi even to this day.
Melinda has something to say about Capaldi.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi,
Marty.
Marty.
What is the story with you all? How are you all?
No, but I'm sure you're here because you've heard some new stuff on the old Reddit there.
I actually have heard bullshit, and I have heard stuff which not news, not announcements, not news, but I've heard stuff that someone claiming to have events of what has led to the circumstances that we are in. I'm talking specifically about arguments behind the scenes between executive producers, the cozy romance that you might see between Matt Strevens and Chris Chibnall isn't all as rosy as you'd think.
Well,
Apparently,
he's going, isn't he?
he's
Stevens.
going too,
That's
yeah.
important.
Yeah.
And you do remember that there was a third executive producer on Series 11, Sam Hoyle. She left.
Oh,
Whether this was right, whether this is true or not, but this is what has been said, that she went to the BBC complaining about the quality of the scripts not being good enough. And her and Chibnall apparently clashed over the quality of the scripts. So she decided she was off. She wasn't doing Series 12.
yeah.
So, obviously she seen that there was something there that wasn't right. And yeah, there's
Can
been
I
talk.
ask Marty then? Is Reddit saying that they think he's been pushed? Chibnall.
Reddit is saying they haven't. It's sort of difficult, Charlotte. They haven't actually said it's sort of. It's sort of mostly on the forum that I hear it from, the forum which we shall not name. That I've been hearing stuff on that. Obviously, they're not going to say it was pushed. They're going to say the original plan was to do the 3 series it out, which I don't buy at all. I think Chibnall, in my opinion, Chibnall was at it to the 60th anniversary at least. I think that was the original plan. But from what I can make out, it seems to be that one would imagine that it seems to be from some rumors that are going around that there was sort of would you call it a crisis meeting mid 2020, and it was basically
I spoke about that on the channel. I said
Yeah.
that we had a meeting, they all got together, and they were
No,
able to
but
talk about-
you said 2020, Marty. I think you were saying earlier than that, no?
Yeah, after Series 11, there was problems behind the scenes during Series 11. And
There
what
was
I recall from the information that I received, that it carried on into Series 12, which led Chris Chibnall leaving. This is where we get all this chaos from Cardiff that the other side deny. As I said, I will be proven right in the end, like I always am. And this is not me being cocky. Chaos in Cardiff will be revealed, and you will reveal how it will be revealed how bad it actually was behind the scenes. And you're right. It was never rosy behind the scenes. BBC Radio even reported on it, that the problems during the production of Series 11 carried on into Series 12. Chibnall had done a no-show. Pete McTeague actually had done the promotion for the Sylvester McCoy box set that was coming out. He was acting as showrunner at that time. Chaos in Cardiff did happen, and those people out there that deny that it did happen, and it will come out in years to come. There's been people fighting behind the scenes because they haven't liked what Chris Chibnall has done with Doctor. See, this is the thing that I said earlier on. For all those people out there saying that BBC don't care, right? Even BBC themselves apparently are shocked at how far he actually went, and how bad it actually got.
Yeah.
That's so much. And listen, I do agree. I think the rug was pulled from underneath the two of them. And I think we are being allowed safe face, but I think the reason why we didn't get an announcement during Comic Con, because I don't even think they knew that they were gone yet. I think they were told within a couple of days that you are gone. It's done. Bye bye.
One poster who I will not mention by name has, you obviously see these leaks, but a lot of the stuff. I have to say that the stuff about the specials and them leaving did come out on Reddit about 2 weeks before it was announced, and I think the same poster went on to describe Series 13 as one of the most chaotic productions that he's heard of, because apparently when they're filming, there's a lot of ideas and personalities clashing. Not the actors, but it's seemingly a lot of it seems to be pointing towards the production team that are having issues.
Yeah, see, Chris Chibnall on the writers will write something, right? And then when they go out to film it, then Chris Chibnall will say, I don't really like that, and he'll try change it while they're mid-filming. This is why we got a delay, by the way. This is why we've already been told that they're behind schedule because Chris Chibnall he's been doing this in series 11. He'll receive a script. He'll say he'll be all right with it at first. They'll go and start filming it, and then he'll realize, no, I don't want to do that. I need to add this or I need to take this out, and they have to reshoot. Right, and this is what's been going on since series 11. It got worse during series 12, and I guarantee you, Marty is right. I reckon this is series 13. It's gotten even worse. It's gotten even worse, and I think BBC have kind of looked at that and says, right, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Let's get them out. I think that's what's happened.
There was supposed to be, I think it was someone mentioned during the shoot for the Weeping Angels episode that apparently they were due to go and do a night shoot somewhere in Wales, and they had accommodation booked. And they went to stay in the accommodation, and there was a last minute change by the top. Now, it doesn't specifically mention Jimdall, whoever wrote the episode, but it was a last minute change where they no longer needed to go. They no longer were going to be filming in the place that they were scheduled to film because something in the script had changed the day before they were due to go. So basically, they wasted money on accommodation for crew and cast to send them to a place to wake up the next morning and be told, actually, this isn't happening now. We aren't filming.
Yeah, see, that's what he does. And this is why apparently they're over budget too this season. They're over budget, folks. They're behind schedule. They're still filming. We've showed you recent photographs. Forget about the one with Vinder. We've already proven now, thanks be to God, that is actually fake. I was kind of like, oh, Jesus, they're bringing back the bleeding Sylvain. Why would you want to bring them back? They're the worst monsters that you can fucking bring back. I do like Aliens in London and World War III, but the aliens in it are absolutely ridiculous looking. But look, I know that my sources will be vindicated as they always are. All of this chaos and Cardiff nonsense will come out eventually, and all those YouTubers that come out against me and said I'm telling lies, they'll all soon see that all of this that I've been talking about on this channel isn't because I hate Doctor Who. It's because it's actually true. And Stephen is huge as well. Because remember one thing, where if Chris Chibnall was leaving, everybody was thinking, oh, maybe Matt Stevens now will be the one to take over. Which means
they're going with him.
Let you know one thing: if he had if that had been the case, and he had took over, well then the show would have died because he did a show that I loved years ago that was on E4 called Misfits, and as soon as he came in, Jordan, midway through season 2. To season 3, and season 3 you could see where the quality of that show completely dips, and that's because he was executive producer on that show, because it's all about the politics as well, that man. So I'm glad he's going as well.
Well, I can if you were looking some if you were looking some news that is backed up by evidence, which can be found on between production pages. It's starting to come together what these 3 last specials are going to be about. Not specifically storylines, but a rough idea as to what they're based. So I can tell you if you want. I'm sure you aren't really that excited for them. Well, you probably are, but we are looking at the first special being the trilogy episode to the Dalek. I don't know if this is the wrap up of the Dalek trilogy that
I already spoke about that.
Yeah, that we all guessed that. We all guessed that.
The second one is looking to be a Chinese pirate episode, which is being directed by
what?
Yes. Now, I'm not making this up. This is not a bullshit Reddit link. This is on Twitter. It is all over. There is filming photos.
No, there has been photos of a pirate episode. I didn't know it was for this one of the specials.
It's supposed to be there's a Chinese director. I'm not even going to try and pronounce her name because I don't want to offend the lady. And then what they seem to be
sorry.
I'm laughing at Daniel, you're fine.
And what they seem to be suggesting then, what's coming from both the forum that we shall not name and Reddit, this is coming everywhere from it, is that the regeneration episode for Jodie is going to be a multi-doctor episode.
Oh,
and
of course it will.
and it
Oh,
will.
He's desperate for ratings.
Well,
yes, he is.
right now that's not the case, right? Because what I've been told is that there is a desire to try bring the doctors back, but Matt Smith has already ruled himself out. Peter Capaldi has already ruled himself
Yeah.
out. So it won't be a multi-doctor story.
Well, there
More
is.
than likely, and I'll call it here right now. More than likely, it'll probably be a multi-master story.
Well,
That's where I reckon they'll go with it.
I would personally put money on Joe Martin being in it if they're going to do
And
multi-doctor
Tennant.
story.
I would
And
put money
Tennant.
on Tennant.
Because Tennant will do it. And what a few people seem to be suggesting, not everyone, I don't know what this is the shady bit that I'm concerned about, is that this is going to act as what would have been the 60th anniversary special, because there is not going to be a 60th anniversary special. This is basically Chibnall saying, haha, I'm doing my multi-doctor story, I'm doing the big fancy special, but I'm not going to be doing it in the
Well, Eddie did report that Chris Chibnall is planning on sabotaging the 60th by
I'm
doing
not
a
surprised.
multi-doctor story. But I don't see that happening, to be quite honest with you.
No. I think at least
Yeah,
you'll
I think
have
he might.
Tennant and Joe. I think those two will be easy gets for him.
Yeah.
You're right with Matt and Peter and Chris. They won't go near it. But Tennant is Pally. We know he'll come back for anything to do with Doctor Who. So it'd be easy to get Tennant, and Joe's already one of his doctors.
And
So-
he's friends with Jodie too. David Tennant is friends with Jodie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but I don't see. I don't know. You know why I don't see it working? I'll tell you why. Because David Tennant come in and John Martin come in, they steal the limelight from Whittaker, and I don't see that happening.
He won't care. He wants ratings. He wants her to have a high He wants her final episode. It's not about Jodie. It's not about the 13th Doctor.
It's the ratings.
It's about going out on a bang. That's why he'll want to do a multi-doctor.
Well, I hope they refuse.
He won't care if it shows up Jodie. He will not give two monkeys.
And for all we know, you know the way he writes, it wouldn't surprise me that just for the hell of it, because it's not going to be his mess to clean up anymore, he could bring in somebody else and say they're the doctor. And
Vinder is being rumoured now that he could be another version of the Doctor. That could be a multi-Doctor story. Joe Martin, Jodie Whittaker, and Vinder. Maybe if they did bring David Tennant back. But again, I don't see them doing that because it would upstage Jodie Whittaker. And I don't think, and while, you know, I have to disagree with you, Charlotte. I don't think he'd want to upstage her on her last story. He's already done that for the last few years.
Yeah, so why not do it for the last one? Why not do it for the last one, mate? He's already done it by bringing in Joe.
Mm-hmm. No, it wouldn't surprise me because
Jodie's departure will be a ratings flop. No, it won't. And don't kid yourself. Jodie's regeneration episode will be the highest viewed of the whole era. I think people need to get their heads out of that situation, because it will be. Because fans like me that haven't liked this era and fans that haven't watched will come back to watch a regenerate to make sure that.
Oh yeah.
So it will be the highest rated.
I was going to say that. Yeah.
It'll get over 12 million. It will.
Yeah.
Like our fourth
it'll be interesting to see now when the events line up here now, because I was just thinking this to myself the other day. Now, obviously, we're waiting for details on the tagline "New Generation" of Doctor Who, and so I personally, we're wondering now about showrunner. I don't know if these were chatting about it earlier on. I'm not too sure, but I reckon if I had to put my money on it, not specifically showrunner, but if I had to put my money on announcement date, I would not surprise me if we got it on the 23rd of November. And I was also thinking about this as well. What if they announced the next Doctor on the 1st of January after the special?
I've got a feeling they're going to wait last minute to announce a Doctor.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think they know the fallout because they've, like I said, it's a bit, the whole way they've handled her going in Chibnall has not been to form, has it?
It's strange because
It's strange how they've
I
done
don't
it.
know if you have heard anything. Maybe you've talked about something I haven't been here, but I've completely in the dark as it comes to showrunner. There's two names been mentioned, which is Sally Wainwright and John Michael Straczynski, which I can't see him getting it.
I think I don't think he's in consider. I think he's just put his name out.
I don't.
There's
I don't
two
think
female showrunners. There's Sally Wainwright. There are a few people who. That's name has been
Sarah
spoke.
Dollard's been mentioned. Sarah Dollard's been mentioned. Who wrote Face the Raven? She's been mentioned.
Right. She Face the Raven. She wrote that, right?
She's been mentioned, but as I've said before, if you follow me, you know who I'm behind. It's hopefully it'll be Toby Whithouse. If it's not Toby Whithouse, it'll probably be Pete McTeague, which I am willing to. I'm not against Pete McTeague, but I'm willing to. I'm not going to bash it. He does.
Maybe it is Pete, but I think the fact that Stevens is going with Chibnall. I know McTeague was known before Chibnall's run. He's not come in with Chibnall, but it seems to me that they're cleaning house, and I think McTeague wouldn't be enough of a sign of that if he was announced.
He has to go as well. He's part of this mess.
Fans want somebody completely separate now from Chibnall's era. I think McTeague would be too much of a carry, like a hang-on, if that makes sense.
I genuinely think too, now this is just my own prediction, not based on anything I've seen, but I genuinely think we're heading into a co-production now. I think HBO or Bad Wolf are about to get involved here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. And if they do get involved, Marty, well, then they would have some say of who the next Doctor would be. And they've been looking, and they would know that a female Doctor is not successful.
Well, put it like this, right? If you go to Bad Wolf, you've got Jane Tranter and Julie Gardner back in the seat, who were at the top of RTD's era. They are back in the driving seat if they're on their executive producer.
I don't know if I'd want them back though. Anybody connected to the RTD era with all the stuff that we've been hearing recently that was going on during that era.
Yeah, I think that would taint it for people.
Yeah, it would taint it for people. So I wouldn't have them anywhere near it. Yeah, I do agree with you. Julie would be great. But no, she's connected to an era that has some dodgy stuff that has been recently announced that was going on with Noel Clarke. And obviously, we all knew about the Barrowman stuff, but still, that happened under Julie's watch.
Yeah.
That happened under R2D's watch. And, the BBC have to be very careful here. It'll be bad enough for the other side if they cast another man Doctor, right? But if you then add Julie onto this, then they'll just continuously attack the show. Yeah. And, I don't see listen, for me, I wouldn't give a shit. I'd bring them back because I do agree with you. That's when we got the best of Doctor Who in the new era. But it's not going to happen. I don't see it happening, mate, because of all the rubbish that has recently come out.
Personally, I think it'll probably be HBO. It'll not be Bad Wolf.
Yeah, HBO because don't HBO have a bit of joke,
Yeah, but I'm a bit confused because some people were saying it looks like the deal's finished with Jodie's run.
As far as I remember, HBO now have the streaming rights. I think I could be wrong, so please quote me in the chat here if I'm wrong saying this. But as far as I know, from series 13, I think the deal was up to series 15.
Right,
and HBO are now getting the streaming rights for Doctor Who from series 13 on. So whether that guarantees another 2 series, I don't know whether that does, or maybe it's just depending on the showrunner. But as far as I know, because it used to be on BBC America, but HBO have done a deal with the BBC and they have it. So one would assume that they would want to get more involved if it's going to be with them longer. They're going to get one. They'll want to get more involved with them.
Yeah, and this is what I've been thinking. I just think if you think about the licensees, if you think about BBC Studios, which are also a part of this equation, if you think about, there's so many factors which are all going to have a say now. That the BBC, in a weird way, don't have 100% say anymore about the direction of this show.
And plus, you have the rumors. Do you remember the rumors that were going around about 6 months ago that this whole Leviston Studios that was going on that was connected to HBO Max? So if this production move happens, that's been
it's supposed to be moving up to Scotland.
Damn it! Not come to Belfast.
You have enough, Telly.
So here, this is what Eddie put up on the 7th of August. He says, so there's growing rumours, and I have heard this myself, right? So, but Eddie went with it. So there are growing rumours that Chibnall is likely to sabotage the 60th anniversary special by giving Jodie a multi-doctor special as a swan song the year before, disguised as the BBC centenary tribute. It's hard not to think it's deliberate, eh? Now, if he does do that, he is ruining the 60th anniversary. If he does this, because
can I ask something though? If he does that, is that a sign that we're not going to get a 60th?
Yeah, it could possibly be.
I don't know, because you have to think about this, right? People say, "Oh, you can't do multi-doctor specials so close to each other." Well, we have the 5 Doctors in 1983, and the 2 Doctors was in 1985. So that was 2 multi-doctor stories within 2 years of each other. Whether they'd want to do, maybe I think.
You know what they could do? You know what they could do though, if and it gives them a bit of time as well. Remember, Peter Capaldi, right, is available, right, or would be available if he's not doing anything else, right, because the Suicide Squad is out now, right? But also Christopher Eccleston, you could still try and convince him to come back. You could still do a multi-doctor story for the 60th anniversary, to be honest. I do not see them, but see, this is the thing, I don't see Christopher Eccleston, Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi coming back for Jodie Whittaker's swan song.
No,
I don't see it.
I think Matt would come back for the 60th as a 60th.
Yeah, he'll definitely come back for the 60th if it was like with other. But I did get someone on Twitter saying that they have information that they want to share with me, but because the account was just set up in June 2021 and you're literally only following 4 people, I'm sorry. We have a policy on the channel now.
So I've just thought though, a lot of people were saying, "Oh God, I hope Jodie isn't in the 60th." So if he does a multi-doctor one,
she won't be in the 60th.
Yeah. So would people just go? No, here's my logic. Would people say, "I'm not going to watch the one with Jodie in, but I'll watch the one without Jodie and all these and a possible Joe Martin"?
Well, you think about it, right? This is why I think this is more evidence to point towards a multi-doctor special, right? What is the point in her leaving in October next year and then coming back 13 months later?
She's not coming back after she's left Jodie. I could be
wrong. So I think she's going to get the multi-doctor special, and then she'll have it to say, "Oh, I had a multi-doctor special. That was it."
Yeah, I don't have to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of politics playing more than for this. Actually, I do think that.
I have to agree with Disaster Area here. This is another thing that's been in my head. I think if they don't have a showrunner and doctor in place by the 60th, I know some people aren't going to like to hear this, but I think they should just bring back talent and do him centralized around his doctor for the 60th. That's what I think they should do if they can't.
But
there could be a chance of separate doctor stories.
Yeah,
that's a good idea, actually.
There was talk. I remember one of the talks. This was before Chibnall was leaving. Was that there was discussions of having the 8 or the 8 or 10 episodes, whatever it was going to be, and each episode was going to be with a different doctor.
Yeah,
So one episode might start
yeah,
off.
and directed by different people and not
Yeah.
Chris Chibnall as well.
You'd have like Peter Davison for an episode, then you'd have Colin Baker, then Sylvester McCoy, Paul McGann, Chris well, if you get Eccleston.
Well, here, this is what I've been told. Series 13 and the New Year special have got to do with Chris Chibnall. After that, all I'll say is that there may be new people brought in for them, so they mightn't even get him to stay. I think technically speaking, he could be gone, or his writing is finished after the New Year's Day special, and then someone else is going to be brought in for the other two specials.
Because just now when you say that, I could be completely wrong now, but I could have swore when I read the article the day they said they were leaving that Chibnall was departing in the spring of 2022.
Yeah,
The end of the autumn. Now I could be wrong reading that, but this was what has been in my head. Could they bring in two different writers or one writer to write her last two stories? I mean, just theoretically speaking here, could they bring in Moffat to write the second episode and RTD to write her last episode?
I know why you say that, though. I know why you say that, because recently Moffat and RTD reappeared on Twitter.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
I'm going to tell you out straight, right? I don't think the next two specials that are coming after the New Year one are going to be touched by Chris Chibnall. I think they're bringing other people in.
To
And
save
remember, I
face.
said this. What's the date? What's the date? I want to make sure the date. So it's the 9th of August, right? So remember, in the 9th of August, Noel said that the other two specials won't be anything to do with Chris Chibnall. So remember that, because when it does happen, then you can all come back and say, you were right. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I think he is gone after New Year's.
We'll have
Go
to
ahead,
see.
Daniel.
Pray.
Hopefully.
Right, I'm going to have to bounce, everybody. Thank you for
Radio.
letting me come on.
It's past 10 o'clock and she's got to go and do her stuff. But listen, it's been great having you back on my first live stream. I didn't plan, as I said, I planned on taking a couple of weeks off and just doing pre-records, but this was too important not to come on and say something, especially after the fact that Sky News and other outlets have picked up on this news now.
Well, I opened the paper the day. I opened the paper, the local Irish paper, which I won't name. And the first thing in the paper today, Michael Sheen, fans' favourite to take over from Doctor Who's Johnny
There
White.
you go. So it's even being reported in Ireland, lads.
Yeah.
You know, so there you go. But we let Charlotte go. Oh, she's already gone. Oh, well, she left. See you, Charlotte.
Yeah.
The way Chris Chibnall talked in his press release, it implied that he was doing the third centenary special. Well, it's BBC's centenary special centenary, and that comes up at the end of this year. So that would still fit the timeline that he's gone New Year's Day. So
it's exciting times now, isn't it?
it is, but at the same time, I will say, we do have to be very careful here. But the momentum right now is with Michael Sheen, and I think everybody, it's been scrolling across the screen for the whole stream. Hashtag Sheen for 14. But I need to get the bigger YouTubers behind it, or it's all pointless. We get his name trending, then they're all going to be doing more articles. It reinforces Michael Sheen's position as well, but our position. So let's get that hashtag going, and let's see if we can convince, because I have a lot of convincing to do. See if I can get these big YouTubers to finally get behind this hashtag, because I do believe that if they do, and they get their supporters to hashtag, use that hashtag on Twitter, we can get it trending. We can get it trending, but the will has to be there. And right now, I have people resisting it, and the will isn't there. As I said, we've got a unique opportunity now, the only opportunity that we've had in years to actually to be listened to. Again, as I said, BBC might go the other direction, but at least we can say we tried, and I'll keep saying that. It's at least we could say we tried. And thank you for all his hashtagging it in here. But if you could do me a favor and actually put those hashtags on Twitter, please, that'll be brilliant.
It would be amazing, if they turned around and said BBC Studios, along with HBO Max, formally announces the Doctor Who Series 14 co-production with showrunner Toby Whithouse and Michael Sheen as the 14th Doctor.
Wouldn't it just be? It'd be brilliant. It would. Well, again, I won't get me hopes up.
No, you can be. I'm not going to build my hopes up, but
we're in a unique position now. So let's capitalize on it while the iron is hot, as they say. So let's get behind it. And everybody that has a YouTube channel that follows me here, if you're behind the hashtag, please, go on to our channels, promote this hashtag, show the news articles, show people that fans and the media are picking up on this, so we can get more support for this hashtag. But the key is here, and I have to say it though, the key is here, if none of the big YouTubers actually endorse this, right? Because I'm not a big channel, right? If none of these big YouTubers endorse this, it's going to be an uphill struggle. It'll be an uphill struggle. It will be an uphill struggle, but I won't stop. I'll keep going and for as long as I can until I know that it's pointless. Yeah, as I said, but I'm not giving up on this, and it just takes one of those big streamers to pick up on it, and then I know the rest will. Once one says hashtag Sheen for 14, gives their reasons, I know the rest will jump on it, because that's what happens. Because look at them. One does a good review about a shit movie, and then everybody else thinks it's the greatest movie since sliced fucking bread. So they're a hive mind. So they need to get on board. This is where the hive mind can actually work in their favor. Get out there and hashtag that bleeding hashtag to bits. Get your supporters to get behind it. Sorry, I'm cynical. Just don't trust the BBC to do the right thing, Sob. That's fair enough. But Lee, I'll say to you as well and others out there, I know you're skeptical. I know you're cynical. I know you are afraid to get hurt again. But as I said, this is a unique situation we're in. We've never had this chance where the media are actually, backing a doctor or a person that we want. Once he won that poll, it changed the game. I said it the other day when that poll result, I said people don't realize how big this result actually is. And now look what's happened. It's being reported over here in Ireland. It's being reported in the UK, and it's being reported in other countries as well. So, I mean, the whole point is keeping his name in the limelight. They mightn't go with Michael Sheen. They could go with a younger actor, right? But it's not a woman. That's the point. Another woman's going to kill this show. That's the bottom line. Let's be honest. Another woman will kill this show. Jodie Whittaker and Chris Chibnall, unfortunately, have tainted it for another woman to come in. There's too much bad blood for them to go and choose another woman.
Unfortunately, I would say unfortunately, and I say this as a woman, that it's sad that Jodie Whittaker made history as being an awful doctor.
Yeah.
And that it was really disappointing, because at least I can have Michelle Gomez who made The Master great. At least we have that. Again, I'm saying as a woman's point of view, but it's just so sad that it has come to this, that the majority are now preferring a male doctor, and that that there are, we don't, you know, we don't want a woman doctor because we're afraid that it's going to be the same thing as Jodie. It's going to be pandering. It's going to be, you know, just annoying, too much politics. I mean, not politics, wokeness, too much wokeness. So I think it's really sad. It's sad that she couldn't make history as being a really good female doctor. That her.
But
Mhm,
Melina, she's not even written, but as a woman yourself, right? You
mhm,
look at her doctor. I'll ask you this question:
yeah.
Is she written like a woman though?
What was the
Like,
question? I'm sorry.
I mean, does Chris Chibnall write Jodie Whittaker as a woman, as a female doctor? No,
Nah.
He writes a kind of like she's a woman, but our doctor has the way he's written her. There's nothing feminine about her doctor.
No.
That,
Listen,
you get me? So there's nothing feminine. So he's not writing her like a woman.
I
That's another thing as well. He brings in a female doctor, right? But he doesn't write her like a woman. So what was the
Ex-
point of bringing in a female doctor in the first place if you weren't
to,
going to write her like a woman?
exactly. It's to like to say, hey, we have a woman doctor. You know, take that, man, babies. It's kind of like he tried to he tried to
I
do
haven't
something
heard
like
that
that to make
shit. Just
history.
man, baby, I haven't heard that in a
uh,
while.
listen.
It's he did a Kevin Smith move. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, like
Listen, there's you know, there is, as you say, you know, you're right, but there's five women actresses I could name off the top of my head now that would be perfect for it. But as you say, what has happened has closed the door for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah,
Closed,
Mhm.
I mean, I've said now, you know, there is the part of me in the back of my head that does think they're going to go for another woman. I hope not, but you know, there is part of me that thinks that. But you know, as I've said before on here, I've said in other places, you know, but the door's closed. Vicky McClure, Line of Duty. She was the one. She was the one. I'm convinced at the minute that, you know, if they do happen, if they do decide to go down that road, that's the only person that could take the role at the minute. But I just think the door's closed. But I do think that, you know, somewhere down the line that she would be a great doctor, or you know, she would have been. But you know, I just think now that they need to be looking for, you know, be it Michael Sheen, be it Ben Whishaw, he's free now after James Bond. Uh, who else have we got? We've got Asa Butterfield. Well, he's very young. Asa Butterfield's Christ, 24. Uh, but you know, maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need somebody young. I know people say, "Oh Christ, a young doctor." Well, sure, look what happened to Matt Smith. I remember when Matt Smith was announced, everybody saying, "No, we don't want a baby playing the
yeah,
doctor," and he blew everybody away.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
He blew everybody away. So you know, I hate to be the stereotype. I don't mean to be a stereotype, but I think, you know, if they want to draw in ratings, you know, you're going to be looking for an actor who's mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s. You know,
Charismatic.
charismatic.
And let's get real. Good
And good looking.
looking.
Yeah,
Good looking. I mean, me. Wow. I wait. Sorry. My English is not my first language. Give me a minute. Okay.
you're
There you
okay.
go. Like, look at David Tennant. David Tennant has so many fangirls, and yours included. And even
Uh,
even even Christopher Eccleston and Matt Smith, of course. Even Peter Capaldi. I mean, these he's known as like Silver Fox, and yeah, I like him a lot too. So the truth is, like, this is me again, point of view as a woman. I want a male doctor. I don't care. I don't want a woman doctor. I want to stick to a male doctor because for me, it's like this little fantasy, the handsome alien in a blue box taking me away from all this bullshit. Oh, sorry, from this bull crap.
Now you can say bullshit. Go ahead. Drop
Okay,
as
está
many
bien.
shits as you
Yeah.
want. No, I
Of all
don't
this,
mean literally drop as many shits as you want. But you're
all
right.
right, I can say it in Spanish then. Of all this mierda, and it's like, I don't know. It's just like this little fantasy thing. That's why me personally, I prefer a male doctor. Like I didn't need a female doctor to feel represented or to feel like I identify with her. Because I mean, with the male doctors that happen, I like, for example, I feel that more identified, like closer, like with Matt Smith's doctor, and he's a male,
Yeah.
so I don't need a female. And hello, I'm Puerto Rican. Where you see a Puerto Rican in any of Doctor Who episodes? Like I don't need to cry out and say, hey, where's the Latinos people in there? I don't care. I don't give a shit. Oh crap. I just
All
I
right, I
just
told you could drop as many shits as you want. Just clean your ass afterwards.
I just want a good character, a character development. And I was gonna comment about something. The obsession that these Jodie bots have of having the, what do you call it, the 13th Dodie with Jazz, the lesbianism that,
Oh,
Yeah, the shipping. The shit. We
okay,
call it shipping.
yeah.
that is okay. Let me tell you why this bothers me. First of all, there is no chemistry at all. Second, it's just they just want to do it just because, and it bothers me because, like, you have Madame Vastra and Jenny.
Yeah,
I mean,
they won.
they had actual chemistry.
Yeah,
And it
Yeah.
was, and it wasn't. I mean, the joke was that, yeah, they kept repeating, "Oh, hello, I'm a, what would you say, lizard woman from something,
yeah,
and this
lizard
is my
from
wife."
it. Yeah,
It's the context. Why? Because I mean, back then it was controversial to be married, to a woman. I mean, like lesbians, and it's funny and it's great, and I love them, but what chemistry between Jazz and what's her face, Jodie? Nada, nothing. It's There's nothing there. And all I keep hearing, or I'm not hearing, reading in the comments is like, so like, oh, make it official, like make it canon, their relationship canon. What relationship? There's this, it's just dry, absolutely dry. And Jazz, I'm sorry, man, but she is absolutely the most boring, the most awful companion. My God. I mean, I think, what's her name? Kristen Stewart from Twilight. I think she can be a better actress and more facial expressions than what's her face. Yes. Absolutely awful. And it's this obsession of like wanting them both to be together, and it's like, why? Why?
It's I don't know. I'm not the shipper of that at all. One of the people that have been writing up have suggested that it's going to be like, which I could deal with, is that it's going to be a Martha and the Doctor type of situation where Yaz is feeling it, but the Doctor doesn't, and the Doctor only recognizes that after, well, Yaz departs. She only recognizes that, but hey, whether that's true or not, but personally, I'm not for it at all. Like, it's not that I have any prejudices against that. It's not that I'm against that. It's
Yeah.
just, is there really any need for it?
I don't want
Yeah.
it. I don't. It has nothing to do with like discrimination or anything like that. Because I love Madame Vastra and Jenny. I absolutely love them together. It's just like if they do it with this one, it's just gonna look forced. Like, let's just okay, the what he said, minority, whatever, they want this, so let's just push them together like that. Like, how,
But you
with
see,
what?
the thing is, there's been no hint of that. I would get it if it sort of had been hinted about this since like the start of Series 11, but this has only sort of been coming to the forefront. They've only sort of been pushing this since the middle of Series 12. I would get it if it was something that was built up on a character arc, but for this to be plucked out of the blue is just, it doesn't make sense. And
listen,
Uh-huh.
listen. The so-called relationship between Jodie Whittaker and Manit Gill's characters in Doctor Who is non-existent, right?
Mhm.
Just like when someone tried to argue to Lee that Manit Gill, Yasmin Khan had great character development, right? They're talking about our mental health issues and all of
Yeah.
this, right? Well,
I
if our character development was that great, right? And I just want to add this. But I can tell you now, right, as someone that has a family that have been in the army and stuff like this, if you have mental health issues like that, trust me, she would never become a cop. So if
Exactly.
she has mental health issues and she's a cop, well, then that's bad writing by Chris Chibnall. He doesn't understand. Well, as I said
Lazy.
this anyway, he doesn't understand mental health issues anyway. He doesn't know what he wants to do with Manit Gill. Now it looks like, yeah, in Series 13, we're going to see she's going to be doing a little bit more of investigating, but he thinks that's good enough. Her character development has been weak, just like Talton Cole's character development has been weak. Bradley Walsh. Even Jodie Whittaker's doctor has stagnated. She has not changed from episode 1 until she still hasn't changed.
No, that she has a third.
The same.
So they don't change. That's because he's bad at character development. So
Exactly.
I don't know where they're getting this, because Yaz might be bisexual, or there was one line, and then they've latched onto that and said, "Oh, we did not this be with women before, so
Oh yeah, it was the
So they want probably-
Lovely singing voice.
Yeah, you like
It was
that.
so,
The doctor might be female right now, but when the doctor was male, actually he had relationships with Cleopatra, Queen Elizabeth right, as a man, right? If gender swap as a woman, well then logic dictates then that the doctor, because they changed gender, would fancy men, not women. Right, so don't get all of this crap because she's a woman and because she's like women in the past. Well, then she has to be a lesbian.
The thing they seem to be pushing now too is if they can't get the Yaz and a doctor romance going, that they want River back in one of the last episodes.
Oh yeah, they want River back so River can kissy, huggy with the doctor.
No. Yeah, they kept talking about wanting River's son back.
And then Rose.
The River and her wife. Mira, no.
And then they took that post down though. They actually BBC America actually took that post down, right? And they re-put it back up, and they said, "Oh, the doctor with River song," because they actually put up, as you said, that the way they worded it, and fans were bleeding. Even then, fans were, look at, I'm sorry, right? I'm going to say this out straight, right? In my opinion, whether the doctor is a male or female, the doctor shouldn't be romantically involved with anybody. End of. Right? He had his family on Gallifrey. To me, that's disrespectful to his family that died on Gallifrey or wherever the circumstances are. But we do know that in the doctor, in the doctor's daughter, right, that episode where David Tennant's doctor is talking to Donna Noble, right, he says, "You think I haven't done this before? I had a wife and kids back home at Gallifrey, but they died," right? So he had his wife and kids. So when I see him, even with the River Song story, with Matt Smith and all, I found that highly disrespectful to his family that had passed away. And fair enough, people will argue the point, well, it's been a few hundred years and all of that. But these were the loves of his life. You seen how he reacted when Jenny died, because it brought back all the memories of when his own kids and his wife had passed away. It hurts him. So I don't believe, so this Yaz and Dr. Romance, they only want it because they know that fans like us.
It's for woke points.
All they want, everything
points
that they ask for in the show, whether it's a female doctor writing or whatever, or a certain way the character should go, is all designed to upset long-term fans. They do not give two flying fucks about this show. They never have, and I'm going to call them what they really are, a bunch of fake fans. Now, if they do cast another bloke and you said that you're all going to live, fucking live. Every single one of yous. We're done with yous anyway. Yous are nasty pieces of shit. Yous never belonged in this fandom. Yous never understood what Doctor Who was about. So get the fuck out of our fandom. We're done with yous all now. Right?
Yeah.
So if they cast, this is another reason why we should get behind this hashtag, because I would love it. I don't care if it's not Michael Sheen, but if they cast another man, when you see that meltdown, and then all of those people are leaving, you can go on, and we'll be helping yous leave as well. We'll be kicking yous out the door. Right? Get the fuck out of our fandom. This is low life scumbags that have attacked fans for fucking since she's being cast. Yous are disgusting, vile individuals, and you know what? Yous can rot which is our doctor and rot which is our showrunner and get the fuck out of our fandom.
It would be hilarious if Michael Sheen wakes up on that TARDIS and it just explodes into oblivion.
I cannot wait.
Because
for
I cannot
it.
wait to see that console room
Yeah.
blow it apart. It is the worst travesty of a console room I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
It is
shut.
so ugly.
And I
Oh yeah,
pray,
but hold on. Here's the new thing now. They want BBC to keep the new logo, by the
no,
way. Oh,
no,
and they also want the
No, no,
BBC
no.
to keep the same console room when Whitaker goes. No.
Oh,
No,
If
no,
it
gee.
got
no.
if honestly it should blow up just like Peter
no,
Capaldi's did.
no.
And do you know the way Moffat said that this was the most explosive? Do you remember he said Peter Capaldi's was the most explosive regeneration? Nah,
Yeah.
this one should be. This
No.
one
Yeah.
definitely should be the most explosive. You obliterate that TARDIS. You obliterate everything that is wrong with that
The
TARDIS
sonic
and you destroy it.
screwdriver. Does what get what? Oh, get his.
No,
What
let's
is
call
that?
it what it
The
is.
sonic
No,
screwdriver.
let's not call it a sonic screwdriver. Let's call it what it
A
is.
dildo.
Sonic fucking
A
dildo.
wooden, a
That's
fucking
what it is. A
dildo.
sonic
No.
fucking dildo, right? Just like a fucking the Doctor Who fucking logo, right?
No.
Feminist fucking crap in the logo. Fuck that shit. I've nothing
No.
against women,
There
right?
is
But I
not
tell
one
you one
thing.
thing, Jodie Whittaker was the wrong woman to bring in. Chris Chibnall was the wrong showrunner. And I'll tell you something, BBC, you better fucking listen this time now. Because you have one chance with all of us. Because if you go with another woman for Series 14, I'm done. I'm out.
No.
I'm out. I'm actually done. I'll probably seriously consider rebranding the channel, but maybe not because
Can I
we
show
can
you
still
something?
do old Doctor Who. But I am not supporting another female doctor. No way. I'm
Can
done.
I show you something? Can I show you something, right? Because
Yeah, go on.
talking
Are
about
you
logo
screen
there.
sharing something?
Yeah, I am.
Is it
You're talking
dirty?
about logo, and I found this the other day made by someone. If you know who it is, credit to them because it's a brilliant logo. So Michael Sheen is the Doctor, Toby Whithouse is the showrunner, and this is the logo.
Right, now who's this person? Because I'll have to mention them or the name before I put this on screen.
It would be
Because people are reporting videos.
Daniel Sherritt, I think his name is.
Right. So this is from Daniel. Wow.
Oh,
Right, I don't
that's
like the
nice.
dot in the middle. If you get rid of the dot, that's a perfect logo.
Yeah.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Get rid of the dot in the middle,
Mhm.
and that's a perfect logo. I like the color scheme and all.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that kind of purpley violet vibe with a bit of orange. That'd be perfect Michael Sheen Doctor logo.
Yeah.
And you know what? It also pays homage to the old logo as well. That is
Yeah.
absolutely awesome.
Similar font type, I think,
Yeah.
to the older ones.
I remember BBC used to get fans, and they'd look at fan designs. I hope you are looking at this because this is what see the Blu-rays and all the DVDs. Imagine that logo on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Doctor
how
Who, the
when-
complete 14th series. Can you imagine that wrote underneath it?
Could you imagine?
Doctor.
Yeah, that's how they when they used to logo, the colour scheme, and even the fonts perfect. But yeah, get rid of the and get rid of the.
Actually,
Oh,
Chris
you
makes a
imagine?
good suggestion there. Chris says, get rid of the dot, but turn it into a TARDIS.
Yeah, maybe TARDIS or something.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah, turn it into the top.
That's it. Now, do you know what's missing from that? An all-time vortex, though. In the same kind of
Yeah.
colours, maybe. In the background with the
Or like
TARDIS in the middle of the Doctor Who.
Like
That
a
would look.
silvery vortex or something.
Yeah. But give who's the guy that did this again? Just say his name again.
Daniel Sherritt, I think he's called.
Daniel Sherritt gets full credit for that. Have you got a link that I could put into the link description to go to the original picture?
I will get it for you and I will send it to you now.
Grant.
No
Brilliant. So I will put it in the link description so he gets full credit. Obviously, but that is an amazing logo. A lot of people have actually said the same thing in the chat that it's awesome and stuff like that.
There's a stacked logo version of it as well. I see here. Let me see. Without the dot. Let me see if I can show it to you on this.
Right, same person.
Same guy, yeah. It's the same logo, except it's just stacked on top of each other.
Right, let's see what it's
I
like
shall show
without
you.
the dot.
Give me 2
And I
seconds.
guarantee it'll pop even more. Watch.
It will.
It will. Get rid of that dot and you've got a perfect logo.
No,
So
give me 2 seconds.
congratulations on the
This
guy
was
that.
actually made. This was actually made 3 years ago when they were coming up for concepts for the new logo.
So it's that old, is it?
It's that old, but hey, it still looks fresh.
Yeah.
Right,
Give me
let's
2
see it.
seconds. Share screen. Share screen. Window. I shall get it for you now. 2 seconds.
I'll just respond to this comment by Blake George. I thought you were quitting YouTube altogether. Didn't you cry on Friday, or was it just for sympathy? No, it wasn't just for sympathy. I was really upset, but I've had chats behind the scenes with other people, and I think it's none of your goddamn business what I do on this channel anyway. But no, I said I was thinking of quitting YouTube. I didn't say I was actually done with YouTube. I said I had to think about it over the weekend. I've had chats with my wife, and I've had chats with other friends like Daniel, Lee, Ballstreck, all of the usual suspects that do rally behind me when I need advice or anything like that. So all of these guys were able to convince me to not let people like you win the day. So if someone could do me a favor and remove the gobshite from me chat, but I did want to respond to that. It's none of your business what I do on this channel.
Yeah,
all right.
There's the logo there.
Yes.
Oh
That's
yeah,
much better.
that's really cool. I
That
like
is
that.
much better.
That's much better. Yeah.
Oh my god, I even love the way the H kind of comes out at you on screen. So the doctor is like it's one dimensional, but then the who looks like it's kind of 2D or three, what's it,
3D, yeah.
3D. So no, it's grand. Look, I had a right to respond, so I responded to it. Listen, I'll do whatever.
That's not
I
his
want to
problem.
do.
That's not what's his face, Blake. Mira, that's not your problem. Okay, that's if no one wants to leave, he can leave. If he's thought about it, that's fine. That's none of your business. You know, you're not his agent.
Yeah,
So
I had a very emotional day on Friday, and I said a lot of things during the stream. You know, because that's how
everybody has their moment. It's not for sympathy, okay? So I mean, you're not his psychologist, you're not his manager, you don't you don't live with him. So piss off.
Yeah, Melina, thanks for that. But listen, people like Blake, listen, I'll just say it to you out straight here, mate. You wouldn't be able to pull up with the shit that I've had to put up with for the last 5 years. 2 years on Twitter before I came on YouTube, and then 3 years of abuse, death threats, and stuff. Yes, it all did get a bit much for me on Friday. And I did say a lot during that stream. But at the end of that stream, as I was talking, and if you actually watched the whole stream, by the end of the stream, I said, I will talk to me wife. I will talk to the people that care about me, and I will see what they have to say. And a lot of people rallied behind me and said that I shouldn't give up and stuff like that. And as I said, I have had time to think over the weekend. I wasn't supposed to come back for a live stream, but I did say if anything big happened, which it did, I would do a live stream. So obviously you weren't watching me video either. So, you know, again, though, as I said, I have a right to respond to people like that. So there's your response, and I hope you have been removed, because I don't need toxic people like you on this channel or in my lives. I want positivity, and I want people around me that aren't negative, and I do have that, and I have a very good support. Actually, I will say this, since me kind of break on Friday, me breakdown, you might as well call it, or me emotional breakdown, the response of my friends, especially, even people that I've had ups and downs with, have came and rallied behind me and supported me and have sent me lovely messages, right? And if I hadn't have been for those messages and the words of encouragement that I received over the last couple of days, this may have well been Friday, may have well been me last time on YouTube. But no, these people have rallied behind me and said, "Look, why should I go? Why should I let all these idiots get to me? I fought just for long enough. It did get, as I said, if you were getting the death threats that I was getting, or the attacks on your wife, even people going after me dog, saying they hope me dog dies and stuff like that. Like, I'm a human being, right? My mental health has suffered, right? So if you can't get that through your thick skull, that's your problem. It's not mine. But no, I didn't do it for sympathy, because people know me. I don't do that type of thing, right? I got upset, right, and it happens.
And it
And
happens, exactly.
no
You're
people are
human.
sending me messages now, so I better put Lee's bleeding photos up before he bleeding says it to me again. These are Lee's logos. So Lee has created his own logos because I recognize these designs. So I want to show you these from Lee. So Lee has actually designed his own Doctor Who logo too. And wait till you see this, because my friend is a ledge.
He's so talented, and he
He is.
knows it.
He is. He's absolutely talented, and he's done a lot for this chat. And again, I did say to people during that stream, if I did leave, I'd feel like I was letting people down. That this is another factor as well, because I do take these things. Look at that logo.
Well,
Oh my
that is
God,
what you
that's
call a
brilliant.
throwback.
Yes,
Yeah.
kind of
Now,
reminds
hold
me of
on. He
him.
has another one. He has another one. Hold on. I'll show you the other one. I think it. I don't know if it's any different, actually. Is it? Because he sent it twice, so I don't know if it's the same logo. But he has a second one here. I think it might be the same, but we'll just show it again.
It reminds me of the. It actually reminds me of there was rumors going around the time after Peter Capaldi was cast as the Doctor that they were going to go back to like a Tom Baker style title sequence, and that there is sort of what I pictured.
Now, if I remember correctly, I think he has a video version of this logo, and I think the triangles behind it move around or something behind the logo. I don't know if I'm right about that, Lee. Just tell me if I'm right or wrong. But if I remember correctly, when I've seen a logo, I thought these things in the background moved behind it, which makes it look even cooler. But that's a cracking logo. Look at that.
I can sort of see it now. I can see how it would look like a title sequence. I can visualize it. It's very well done. It is. I actually do. I do like it more than the other one.
Same.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It takes me back to the Tom Baker era. It really does.
Right. So
you
we
never
have
know,
it.
you know all these fan creations. Like, sure, there's your guy Billy Hanshaw ended up doing the Series 8 titles. John Smith ended up doing the Series 11 titles. So if you play your cards right, you could be doing the Series 14 titles.
So apparently Vinder's going to be in second special next year. And it looks like British actor Steve Oram has been announced as a Doctor Who Series 13 guest star.
Where is this?
And that's come from William Who. And I'll give him a shout out there, even though the chap doesn't like me, but he did post it, so be fair. So William Who says, looks like British actor Steve Oram has been announced as a Doctor Who Series 13 guest star. Also confirmation of Vinder for the second special next year. He certainly must be a big character. Yeah, there's more to him. I reckon he's going to be responsible, as I've said, when Vinder was announced, because remember in the Comic-Con interview, he said Vinder is going to break your heart. I reckon he's going to be responsible for Jodie Whittaker's regeneration, to be quite honest with you. That's what I reckon.
Oh, my hero. If that's true, then he's my hero.
Yeah.
Lee says that he's going to be rendering his title sequence tonight, so I think I was right, wasn't I, Lee? The background moves, doesn't it? It moves around, which will make that logo even pop even more. But Lee always comes up. You've seen all the stuff he's done for my channel.
Yeah, he's great.
He's one of the most talented. He's making a full title sequence. Well, that's done. Let us know, man. So we can promote the crap out of it because
Yes, please. There's not one thing that I enjoyed in Jodie's era. Not the TARDIS, not the logo, not the whatever that wooden dildo. That gosh, the soundtrack is so dull.
Yeah,
He's just go back to that other topic. I know we were all about the music there. He is going to be in, if that's right, he's in that pirate episode. That's the pirate episode that he's in.
Uh-huh.
So
yeah, that's been. I've seen Cult Box has actually got a whole article on
so
that.
whether
So
I
it
would
looks
assume
like
that he's
that,
in the
but there
first
might be
special as
something in
well.
that Chinese pirate episode. Chinese pirates, I just can't get my head around that, actually. I didn't know, and I'm not taking the piss here, but I didn't know that there was Chinese pirates.
same here.
They
Excuse me 1 minute. Is taking the piss mean like making fun?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. I don't know a lot of those terms, so sorry. I'm sorry. I
It's
apologize.
kind of it was taking the piss. We say that a lot in Ireland.
yeah,
Okay.
and in Scotland. To be
And in
fair,
Scotland,
as
so
In
I think
Scotland?
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Irish
you're
and a
right.
Scottish thing. Sorry to you English folk, but
No,
we're
no, no.
taking
No, it's good.
You're right
It's
about
good for me to
the
learn.
you're right about the music. It's very dull. Like
I see. Yeah.
personally, I would love to see them go the synth route for from now on. I hope they get in somebody like Cristobal Tapia de Veer, he's called. If Eddie's seen the show Humans on Channel 4, he done the music for it.
Yes,
Just
I have.
amazing. It's
Mm-hmm.
just very synthy, very it would remind you of the 80s, of the radiophonic, it would remind you of the 80s Doctor Who. I think it would put a real uh spin on it, that would work very well.
I miss Murray Gold. Can somebody tell me where he lives? Because I'd be glad to swim all the way from the Atlantic, where he lives. He lives somewhere in the UK. I want to beg. I will go to my knees wherever he's living, because his music was so. How do I say, like, it's so emotional. You can feel it, and
They
like the Shepherd's Boy. That song, that combination, the what's it called, Heaven Sent,
yeah.
with Peter Capaldi's performance, the directing, the music, it's so emotional. There's so much emotion to it, and I really miss that. I that's something that I really miss in Doctor Who, is the emotion that you felt something and it meant something.
I don't think he's done. Like I've listened to stuff he's done since he's been away. Like he done the music for years and years, which was a Russell T Davis show, and I think he done the music for his new show, It's a Sin.
Mm-hmm.
And Murray Gold, I personally think, maybe he needed a break from Doctor Who, but I certainly think that, I certainly think there's a lot more there. Maybe he just needs a rest for a while. But I do think the door
Well, of
could
course, the
be.
usual suspects are hoping that Akunola stays on, that they keep the same logo.
It's not going
But
to
as you
happen.
know yourself, when a new era of Doctor Who comes in, they normally do change the logo. Now, whether the new showrunner keeps Akinola is remains to be seen. But I agree. I think his music is just look, for the very first episode, The Woman Who Felt the Earth, it was okay because it was new and
Exactly.
it did suit that episode. But after that, it was the same crap over and over and over again.
It's the only
and
thing I like.
it's like I can it's like I can hands off a you want to repeat it to me now.
I'm gonna check now, Lee.
The
Yeah,
I'll check now, Lee, because that's
the
an
new theme
interesting.
like at the time, I'm one of these guys where I have to watch something twice to like critically, or listen to it twice to critically assess it. Like when I heard the new theme tune, the first time I heard the new theme tune, I thought, Christ, this is brilliant. But it's when you weigh it up compared to like the '80s version, I personally, I'm tied between the '80s Howl and the Murray Gold version that he done for After Tenant as the best.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm looking at his Wikipedia here, right? Um, Series 12, creating the music. Nobody gives a shit. Was Borden. Um,
Yep.
um, oh no, he's just plugging his music. I'm sorry, mate. Your music is rubbish. I
Yeah.
just, even your theme tune, ridiculous. It's the worst theme tune. And listen, I've been watching Series 10. I don't like Peter Capaldi's theme tune, but even that has grown on me. It doesn't indicate that he's leaving.
What? He's leaving?
No, it doesn't
Ah,
indicate that he's leaving. So I don't think he is, or I don't think a decision will be made yet.
I mean, it's not. But by the way, just to clarify, is I'm not saying he's bad at all. I'm not saying that it's just I think they could be better. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
I think. I don't
well,
know.
I'm gonna say what you don't. What I'm not gonna say. I actually think he is bad. I think if you get someone like Murray Gold who was able to judge the
I
temperature of each episode, he knew when to heighten it up. He knew when
uh-huh.
to calm it down. This guy, his music is incidental all the way through, except for when we got to Rosa Parks and decided to put a pop song when they
Oh
were all
no,
walking
that
off the blue
episode was
bus.
so bad.
Yeah,
There,
Why did you have to bring that episode? It's so bad, Dios mío. Why? I mean, Rosa Parks is. I'm sorry, I'm going off a little subject here. Es que, I might slip into Spanish. Pero es que yo no sé por qué todo tan malo. Why it was so bad that episode? Rosa Parks is one of my favorite like historical figures. It was why they really soiled it. It's like and Jodie was so bad in it, and it was yeah.
I
Okay,
think
I'm done.
there's a
Sorry.
time and
there,
place.
look at even in this article here, right? I'm not going to read it out, but even in this article here, they slate the music. Watch, right? So wait till you hear this, right? I'll just read a little bit. Doctor Who's new music neatly symbolises the problems of Chris Chibnall's era. The classic Doctor Who series is largely divided by main actors. Think of Hartnell's era, the time of Tom Baker, or the McCoy era. But the relaunch of Doctor Who series as characterization more by the different distinctive showrunners, the Russell T. Davis era, the Stephen Moffat run, and now the age of Chris Chibnall. Chris Chibnall's run has proved decisive. The current showrunner believes Doctor Who should be educational. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not even going to read that, but as you can tell, they're saying
Yeah.
that.
What wait. Where did you see that? It should be it should be educational.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it used to be. In fairness to it, it did when it first. That was one of the
Sure.
briefs by what's his face. Briefs by I see his face in me brain.
Sidney Newman.
Sidney Newman, yeah, that was one of his briefs. That the show be educational. Listen, Doctor Who has always been educational. It has. The problem is that Chris Chibnall, as I said, he goes way overboard when he does all of these things.
Yeah, educational nothing. He doesn't do anything. It's just pandering. It's bullshit pandering. It's just I don't there's nothing educational about it. And I don't know who said that the show should be educational. Like how educational would it be? You want to be like the Magic School Bus?
Well, Sidney Newman
educational?
did. That was one of the main goals because he wanted a family friendly program, but he also wanted to teach the little kids about space and about history. That's why
Okay.
during the Hartnell era, we did get a lot of historicals. So historicals have always been part of Doctor Who's fabric. The difference is that the way they were written back then to the way Chris Chibnall writes them
Mhm.
now. I mean, Chris Chibnall literally gets a hammer and
Mhm.
smashes it
I
across their head with his
I
messaging.
think I think I'm wrong, but I think I remember. Like, please quote me if I'm wrong saying this. That Sidney Newman didn't want any BEMs, as he called them, bug-eyed monsters. But when the
Yeah,
Daleks were brought in,
Yeah.
once they took off and Dalek Mania took off, I think that's when they realized, well, hang on here, the monsters are more popular for this show than the
yeah, and then they
educational
went
shows.
down that route, but they still did historicals to a certain extent, you know. So it's not. It's like Chris Chibnall's there. He wants to do historicals in every season. Like Series 11, we got a historical. Series 12, we got a couple of historical episodes. And Series 13, it looks like we're going to get more historicals. So, yeah, I just, I just think
Can
they
I
should.
ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who do you want as the new showrunner?
Who do I want?
Yeah,
Ideally, for me, I would go with Toby Whithouse or Neil Cross.
I'm the same.
That's
Yeah,
who I'd go for.
I mean,
With Michael Sheen as the Doctor.
Yeah.
Or you can go with a younger actor with any of those two showrunners that I've mentioned. But
yeah.
that's
I
who I want.
You do there's a line in series 9. It was the Toby Whithouse episode where before the flood, under the lake or before the flood. It was the second episode of that two-parter, and he comes out of the TARDIS, and this woman driving off the companions, and she knows Rose and she knows Martha and all, and she's like, "Oh, you're known as the oncoming storm." And she's like, no, she says something like, where have we landed? He's like, 1981. And she's like, oh, so pre Harold Saxon as the Harold Saxon, pre this. And she says, pre the Minister of War. And he says, what's the Minister of War? And she goes to speak, and he says, I'll find out eventually. But Toby Whithouse came out recently before he left Twitter and says, I have an idea for the storyline of the Minister of War. So, he clearly has something in the back of his head, like for this Minister of War storyline. So, as if Michael Sheen is going to be the Doctor, let's hope. Is he going to be the Minister of War? Is there going to be something going to happen? It seems like an idea that he has brewed. This could be something that he's writing if he is taking over a showrunner, which I hope he is, but we don't know. Keep an eye out for this Minister of War thing, because I would assume that it's going to come back up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a few of Terence Dix's quotes. Quite interesting, that man's brain. And
I
how he
I
understood Doctor Who and understood what they should be doing with the show. Um, I mean, looking at some of his quotes over the years, you could tell that this guy understood, even though he was political himself and he had his political beliefs and stuff, he understood what Doctor Who was about. And he did say it, he said that if the politics came before basically the stories that you're trying to tell, well, then it's basically not going to work. And that's exactly what's happened. Uh, you don't you can have politics in Doctor Who, but they have to be very subtle. And if you are going to do politics in Doctor Who, you must also remember that you must get the balance right. What I mean by that is you must show to the both sides of the argument, even if you don't agree with the other side of the argument. At the end of the day, there are two sides to every argument, or maybe three sides to an argument. But the one show that has done something, it has done that well in recent years would be the Orville. If you look at the way the Orville tackled gender reassignment in the episode with Bortus and his partner, they had a girl, but they were an all male race, and they wanted the Doctor on board the Orville to do a gender change, and she wouldn't do it due to her ethics. But on their planet, it was classed as an illness, so it needed to be fixed. So they show all of that. That's how you do politics within shows. You show all sides of the argument if you're going to do something like that. If you're not,
Mhm.
and you're just going to show one side of the argument, then you're doing it wrong. And that's what Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker have been doing wrong all of this time.
To
They
quote
they have just given one side of the argument, and it never works.
to
Never
quote
works.
RTD, I quote him from the Writer's Tale, which is his own book, and he said it himself, page 57. I will read it out to you once again. He says, if you start writing the script with an agenda in mind, your story falls apart. You
Mhm.
can't write a story with an agenda. You have to write it to tell a story,
Mhm.
not your own opinion.
And mind you, he's gay, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's gay, and I think Moffat also mentioned that I think it was him. Correct me if I'm wrong. That Doctor Who was for everybody. It's not just for the people from the right or people from the left. It's meant for everybody. Doctor Who.
But
Exactly.
he
He
says
did
one of
say
the
that
points.
with an interview with Mark Gatiss. I actually put that up in a video a couple of years back. And Moffat is interviewed and he tells what the Doctor is and he explains it quite well, even though in his last few seasons that may not have been the case with his Doctor. I think it was, some of it was him, but most of it was the agenda pushed by the BBC at the time. But even they know now they've gone too far, or they've let Chris Chibnall go too far. But look, we were 3.5 hours in. I
Yeah.
was only supposed to go for an hour, but there you go. But look, we could talk about this all night, but I'm not going to because old Ted, me, our little puppy, is getting upset because he needs to go
Yeah.
out, and I haven't brought
Oh,
him out. So
yeah.
he's in the room wrecking
I,
Cheryl Ted because
I need to go too. I
she's
need to
watching
go.
Wonder.
There's a tropical storm. I just gotta. That's why I don't know if you hear notifications in my phone. There's a
Oh,
tropical storm coming,
well, you
so
stay safe, man. Stay safe.
I
Listen,
have to go.
you have a channel, don't you? You have a channel.
Yeah, and it's just dead. But yeah, like I said the last time I was here, I am thinking about just rising it up from the dead and do the same thing like you're doing, just do the little chat and live stream, whatever. But it is Melina Vader, and also in my Twitter, Melina Vader. So you can follow me there, and I'm sorry I have to go because I need
No
to go to the
problem.
groceries and I need to get water and all that stuff because
No
it
problem.
gets very hysterical here in the island. Like everybody goes crazy every time there's notification of a tropical storm. It just is chaotic. So, anyways, pray that we won't lose electricity, please.
Well,
Ay,
stay
ay,
safe.
ay.
Look after yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Please, till next time. And Noel, I just want to say, words of encouragement. Just keep doing what you do. I know it's hard. I know it's harder. It's more difficult to, to how do I say this? It's harder to do it, right? Because um, I know you have a lot of people that want to bring you down, and I just see it as just people being jealous, and because you have a lot of supporters and you have a lot of friends, including yours truly. So it's okay. You can have take a break. Put yourself first. Put your mental health first. Your family first. But whatever you need, I'm here for you. Even though it's just I live very far away, but just so you know, I'm here for you, and I'm pretty sure that the chat and everybody agrees. So
Yeah.
nothing. And same to you, that Daniel. Same to you, and just
Yeah.
keep going forward. And people can say what they want, but you know what? Words are meaningless. I mean, if you add, they can say whatever they want, and only it's up to you, to take it as how do I say it? Put meaning to it, to take it as
Yeah.
like something to hurt you, or you can just bat it away. That
Yeah,
so
I think that look, I really appreciate your words there. They mean a lot, and
Yeah.
thank you coming from you,
Yeah.
especially someone that I've only gotten to know over these last few weeks. It's been
it's been
absolutely wonderful,
fun.
and it's a pleasure having you on. And you're more than welcome on any time. You do know that.
Thank you so much. This it's been really fun, and again, I'm sorry I'm extending the farewell. But I don't have a lot of friends here and whatever, and it's been fun making friends, especially from the UK. It's so great to form a bond of mutual hate of the Chibnall and Jodie era. It's just amazing, and because I thought I was the only one, and it's great to know that people feel the same
No,
thing as I do.
you're definitely not
So
in the you're definitely not in the minority when it comes to Doctor Who. Trust me, especially this era. There's a lot of people that agree with you. There's a lot of women that agree with you, but
oh
unfortunately, a
yeah.
lot of those women have been in the early years of this era were bullied offline and have never returned. But it's nice to see women like yourself that don't take crap because I do see the way
Nah, I
you.
don't. No, no, no. They can. Hello, I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, they can't. They can't. Okay, they can deal with me. All right, I'm 5 foot nothing, but I can take the bullshit. Okay, because I mean, people like that try to bring them over here on this island. We eat bitches like that for breakfast. Come on. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah,
I so I work in tourism. I'm a tour guide also. So you have people coming in like that, and it's just like no, we don't
that's
tolerate
it.
that here. So it's all in the attitude. That's what I'm saying. Like keep going forward. It's okay if you feel like because we're human, you feel like giving up, but you may feel that. But the most important is don't take that action of giving up.
No,
Just
well,
we're
after
right here
talking
with
to
you.
everybody, especially my wife, like, I mean, she when she found out, because obviously she didn't, she was in the room when all this was going on, and when she came out, she knew I was upset, and I told her what had happened, and she sat out here with me. She sat beside me, and we had a big long chat. And then at the same time, I had people like Daniel, Charlotte,
Yeah.
um, Lee, Eddie Ascara, Ball Streck. There was just so many people sending me kind of messages and stuff, and they were like, "Look, you know, we'll support you on whatever you do if you do
Mm-hmm.
want to leave, but why should you give them the satisfaction of getting
Exactly.
stuff like that?" And they said, "Like, come back when you're ready." Now, look, I didn't plan to do this live stream today, but when I seen Sky News was reporting on the Michael Sheen stuff, and I had a bit of Doctor Who stuff that I was holding. I said, "Fecka, I'll just surprise everybody and do one, and we'll see how it goes tonight." I've really enjoyed tonight's stream. I have to say, I
I'm
know I said
glad.
Friday that I wasn't enjoying this lately, but tonight I can honestly say that I've had a great time. And I just want to thank all my guests because yous make it as well. Yous
Yeah,
make this
thank you.
channel.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank
No
you.
problem. And as I said, you're more than welcome on any time.
Oh yeah, I'll be back. Trust me, with my big mouth. So, anyways, yeah, just keep going and don't give those Jody bots, those Jody stands a pleasure. Remember that once this Jody leaves, they're not gonna be on Twitter anymore
I
posting
know,
about
I know. It just all got a bit much,
this.
but I'm all right now. But it did get a bit much. As I said, I've been dealing with all of this rubbish, and I started off on Facebook, and then it
Mhm,
carried on. Then when I started doing my YouTube channel properly, and then for the last 3 years, I've just been hammered by these people. So it was bound to take its toll. Lee kind of knew before everybody else did because
mhm.
Lee was saying there's something wrong with you, and I kept denying that there was, but there was stuff eating up at me. And Friday was just a catalyst that made me break down, to be quite honest with you. But I'm all right now, and I just want you all to know I do feel a little bit better.
I'm
I will
good. I'm
ease it
glad.
in. I will ease myself back into these live streams. As I said, this wasn't a plan or anything. It just when I seen Sky News. I mean, the first thing that happened when I woke up was Cheryl says, "Did you hear the talking about Michael Sheen and Sky News?" And I was like, "Oh, Jesus, have to do something about that now, won't I?" But
Yeah.
yeah, your channel's up in the chat anyway, Melina. So
Okay.
PD has put your YouTube channel in there, and there has been a couple of comments from people saying they hope you do resurrect your channel. So
Let's see. It might need Viagra to get it up going again, but
listen, you'll
anyways,
have all of our support. If you do a live
yeah.
stream, just
Yeah.
let me and Lee know, Daniel know, and we'll we'll retweet your stream and we'll share it as much as possible.
Thank
That's what we
you.
do for our friends here.
Thank
We
you.
share the love. So there you go.
Thank
Right, I
you so
won't keep you
much.
any longer because I don't
Yeah,
want to
yeah, I
yeah,
gotta go. Just
yeah,
please pray that the power doesn't go out, because
well,
every
we
time
will.
this shit happens, the power goes out, and it's just it's chaotic. We're still not. I mean, it's been how many years now? It's gonna be 3 years since Hurricane Maria, and it's still things are kind of shitty over here. So
Yeah,
anyway, thank you so much again for the opportunity. Take care, okay, and nah, much love to everybody and everybody in the chat. Adios. Bye.
See you later,
adios.
Marina.
Yeah. Right, well, as I said, go and check out her channel. I also see PD is throwing up some other channels there. Enigmatic Joker. I didn't know you had a channel, pal. But there you go. It's up there as well. What else? What else? What else? I saw something else in the chat. Uh, just hang on
Shelley
for a
says,
minute, lads. Anyway, we'll finish up now in a second. Just give us a second.
Shelley says, who would be Sheen's doctor's companion? I would like to throw Lydia West into that.
I don't know about companion now, to be honest. You know what? I've always said this. I know they won't do it, but I've always said that Pearl Mackie deserved another stab at being Bill Potts.
Yeah.
You can see the two of them too. I can picture the two of them together.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Pearl Mackie and Michael Sheen would actually work really well together. But I know they wouldn't go down that route. But the TARDIS, he's only started streaming and he did a test stream the other day. Well, that's fantastic. We got another person to support in the community. As I said, the more voices that we have out there, the better. Look at Daniel. Daniel's streams are going from strength to strength now. Really proud of him. He's doing very well, and he should be proud of himself. Himself and Charlotte are smashing it out in the park the last few weeks. Have to say. You know, and Daniel is dealing with a couple of trolls as well. But you know, he as I said to him, don't let that discourage you. He did come to me and say, and I don't think he'll mind this, but after I had me bit of a breakdown, he was thinking of maybe packing it in himself. Now he didn't say he was going to be packing it, but he said he was seriously thinking about it. And I said to him what everybody else has been saying to me, you know, don't, you know, why should you? You know, and anyway, you hardly cover Doctor Who. If that sad little individual, we know who he is because he trolls me and everybody else. Yeah. Listen, let him. Just every time he sets up a new account, just block it. It's the best. Best thing.
I know do a follow up stream to help the campaign on Friday.
Yeah, I've seen that. You've put up the link already.
Yeah, and also as on Tuesday, I continue my line of reviews and I just see a and I just see a comment from and I just see a comment from on Sean, I don't know why you would want to, you know, just shut that. And the only purpose of that would be to use it as oil though, to be honest. But like that's what I've got coming up to my channel anyway. So try and get Charlotte on to the campaign stream as well.
Absolutely fantastic. Listen, I have something to share with you real quickly though. Tell me what you think of this. Chris Persia, our King Maud, as we call him.
Yeah.
He sent me this photograph. Now, this gives me the chills in all the right places. What do you think of this, guys?
Oh,
Look at that. Look at that. Look at the costume. Look at him at the TARDIS. Come on. Tell me that doesn't give you the chills. That doesn't make you feel good.
now just stick that logo at the bottom of it.
Yeah, the logo, or even the one that Lee has designed as well. Because I'm gonna big up me friend, especially the guy that rebranded me channel for me. I think his logo. See, I've seen I seen a little bit that where all those triangles. If I remember, I think he did send me a little thing where that logo was moving in the background. It looks deadly. But look at that. Look at that picture. Him coming out of that TARDIS. Let's see what the reaction's like in the chat. Awesome. Perfection. Love it. Look at this. See?
Oh, I can see it. I love the whole classic TARDIS.
I do.
You can very talented people know the into this often.
Well, as I said, if you're fully behind this Sheen for 14, please do. Chris, did you say that you shared it with the logo? With the logo? Have you got that picture? If you want to send it to me on DMs there on Twitter, if you want to send it to me, please do, and I'll throw it up. But yeah, look, Michael Sheen would be the perfect choice. But as I said, the hashtag is more than that. The hashtag is to remind BBC that we're still around, and that Radio Times and stuff. You can't be ignoring them. You can't be ignoring them. How will you? Someone saying there, with the recent announcement that Jodie Whittaker is leaving, is it time for Tom Baker to return to Doctor Who? Right. Well, I'm just going to say this. I'm just going to say this, right? He's a morons. He's a morons. Look at how old he is. All right. He wouldn't be able to do a full fucking season of Doctor Who. So don't be saying stupid things like that, right? Maybe bring him back in a cameo, but to bring him back as the Doctor, no, he's too old, right? He doesn't have the energy anymore. Sure, he bleeding walks around with a walking stick, right? So how is he supposed to? Seriously, how is he supposed to do all the things that a Doctor do if he's bleeding ancient? Right, here's this, and I hope Chris doesn't mind if I actually post this on my Twitter page when I go on later. What am I doing? What am I sending an email to someone for? I'm an idiot. I went to invite instead of screen share because I might be Generation X folks, but I'm certainly a fucking boomer when it comes to technology. But look at that. And he's even got the hashtag.
I thought the same logo you had up there. Yeah.
No, I don't think that is the same logo. Actually, doesn't look like it anyway, does it?
It was the fun fact about that logo. That's the Matt Smith logo as it was originally going to be looked like. What was originally going to look like.
Oh, he said he used the 11's logo.
Yeah.
So you've used Matt Smith's logo. I get it. Yeah, I never really was a fan of that logo. But it's grew on me since I started watching Matt Smith. As I said, I've been watching Series 10. Oh, by the way, I can't actually show you because the camera doesn't work. But I opened my Series 10 box set for the first time because it was never opened. And guess what I found in it? You're not going to believe it. So you got these hologram cards, right? And you got one of the Doctor, right? Peter Capaldi, where he has his eyes closed, and then if you move it a certain way, his eyes open up, right? Then the second one was Bill Potts, right? But if you move it, she turns into a Mandasian Cyberman, right? And then I have a Missy and John Sim one, and first it's Missy, then you move it around and it turns into John Sim. Now, I will try do a little video on the phone and throw it up for you later on my YouTube channel just to show you these little things because I think they're cool. So, but that was the first time that I've opened up that box set. And by the way, I haven't opened up some of the other box sets either, so there's going to be goodies in those box sets as well. But I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely over the moon to get a Bill Potts and a Mondasian Cyberman because seriously, I've been watching her again. And besides the fact that she came out and told us she was a lesbian, if you actually put that aside and watch her character, I can't believe some people said her character development was bad. I don't know where you're getting that from. I mean, the whole story arc with her was got to do with her mother. She made an imaginary version up of her mother. And then when you get to the Pyramids episodes, you know, the story arc there with our mother kind of comes to a bit of a sweet end. So to say that she didn't have character development is absolutely wrong. She did.
And she had great on screen and chemistry with Capaldi. The two of them were a perfect sort of.
Worked. It worked. The reason why it worked because it went back to basics. That's one thing I will say about Moffat for Series 10. He went back to the student teacher kind of trope that we had. You know, so I like that. I don't like when a companion gets romantically involved with a doctor. But I do want to show you actually something because I did throw up a poll, right? And I want to show you this poll before I leave. Daniel already knows what I'm talking about. If you follow me on Twitter, you will already know what I'm talking about, right? But
gonna have to slide on here now, now because I'm actually up early tomorrow, so
yeah, no problem. But listen, thanks for coming on. And in the meantime, you know, especially that Reddit account that has been spot on. If you do get any more information from that Reddit person, then I will highlight it at Marty because I've read what you've sent me, you know, and I have to give it to them. They have been pretty much spot on. So if there is anything else, you will, of course, keep us informed. Bring you on. We might do a pre-record or whatever. It depends on me mood. Maybe we'll do it live. I don't know, but yeah, let me know if anything comes up. Do you want to plug yourself before you go? Anyway,
I just don't want to say too much because this guy who has come out with stuff recently. He was buying on about the Master coming back and Sasha don't want to blame him, but he is claiming that a certain actor has been offered the role of the 14th Doctor, but I don't want to say out any names at the minute because
I'll ask you this, male or female? I bet you it's female.
Yeah, it's female.
Of course it's female.
But yeah, you can keep an eye on my Twitter. If I hear anything, I will let you know.
No problem. Listen, Marty, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on today. You know, as I said, I've probably had a bit of a rough week and a rough weekend, but thanks for yous all coming back and supporting me. And as I said, you know, I did say during that live stream that I was seriously thinking of giving up. I didn't say I was leaving. These people don't even listen to me video anyway, but there you go. But Marty, thanks again. Go on, you get yourself off and get yourself some sleep. And we'll talk to you soon, pal.
Speak to you soon.
Have a good one.
All right, bye.
Right, who would like to see a poll that I put up? Now, this poll has... Sorry, Daniel, go ahead.
Is that the Asmund
I want to surprise them. Right. Yeah, well, he's kind of let the cat out of the bag anyway, but it doesn't matter. It's Daniel. We allow him to. We allow Daniel to do stuff like that, because he's been here with me from day one. So he always he could spoil shit. Anyway, so there you go. I did pose this question. Now, if anybody asks me why I picked these two particular companions, well, as Bill Potts, was the latest companions before they brought in Ryan and all of those other companions. And I wanted to pick the two ladies up because if we were to listen to the fans, Yasmin Khan is the best thing since sliced bread. So this has 5 days left. It has 139 votes. I can't believe that. Yeah, at one stage, this poll was 100% in favor of Bill Potts. But it does seem that some of the J-bots have decided to come on and actually pick Yasmin Khan there. But so far, 93.5% of this fandom think that Bill Potts is the better companion. Yasmin Khan, as you can see there, gets 6.5. I think that tells you. Now, there's only 139 votes. I don't normally get that many votes. There has been a couple of polls that I've put up that have been, well, people did try rig, that I got a couple of thousand. But we won't get a couple of thousand with this. But it is very telling out of the 139 people that have voted, 93.5% of them right now think that Bill Potts is a better companion. Now, of course, you've got the usual people in there. Well, I don't like any of them. Well, I didn't ask that. I asked you to vote for your favorite one, right? So, like, if you don't like them, don't come in. Again, I'll say this. If you're going to be negative, right, and you're not going to vote in the poll, and you're just going to come out with some rubbish, well, I didn't like the two of them, stay away from me poll. Simple as that. Stay away from me thread. Don't be trying to influence people. Let them vote for who they want to vote for. Nobody needs the negativity. And it goes with the same with the hashtag as well. If you don't support it, that's fine. But don't be coming into me threads where I'm promoting it and saying this is not going to work or you can't trust the baby. I don't want to see a negativity, right? And if I do, you'll be blocked. I'm not putting up with it anymore. And I don't care who they are, whether it's people on their side of the argument or on the other side. You come in with your negativity, you're being blocked. I can't be dealing with it anymore. That's part of the reason why my mental health is not in a good situation, because I'm dealing with crap like that as well. And I'm done. So that's where I stand on that. And yes, it sounds harsh, but that's where I am. And for my own sake and for my wife's sake and for everybody else on this channel that supports this channel, I've got to do what's best for my mental health. And that's what I will be doing. I'll be looking after me. What's this? The TARDIS Zone official link to moving logo, old version. Right. Well, do me a favor. Again, I can't put that up. You have to send it to me on Twitter. Have you sent it to me on Twitter? And I had the screen off because I was screen sharing something. So relax the cacks there, Lee, or we're going to have a bit of a falling out. Right, that's it. Get this Englishman out of my chat, money mess. Send. What the fuck was that? Oh, there's a ghost in here, I think. Right, he sent it to me. I better put it up before he starts crying. It's a joke. By the way, why aren't you on promoting this shit yourself, man? Because I'm busy. Right, so hold on. He sent both. Now, have you got these locked? But we're getting a special treat here. Because I know you do. You like to put a special treat in for us. So these are probably unlisted. So we're going to get an exclusive here. As soon as me use. Okay, but I need to ask what team tune you're using. Are you using the same team tune that you use for me? Because if that's the case, it's fine. But if this is an original Doctor Who theme, I can't play it. So let me know. So if this is an original Doctor Who theme tune, I can't play it. Or I can't play it without sound. If it's the one that you've used for my channel, let me know. Because it sounded very fucking like,
RTT.
yeah. Same with yours without the beat. That's good enough for me. Okay. Same with mine, but without the beat. Oh, without the beat. That's going to be interesting. Right. Here's the first one. So I've shared the first one that is up on his account. So let's do this. Right. And I'll big screen it because we want to see it in its full glory. If my computer will actually allow me to big screen it. There we go. Right. Are we ready? Here we go.
Oh, no way, that's brilliant.
I told you it moved. I knew it moved. Look at that though.
Oh, holy shit.
Look at that.
That is awesome.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Woo. Told you it was fire, didn't I, folks? Told you. I knew I'd seen this before. Because he showed me. I remember when he was working on it.
Yeah.
Right. Would you like to see the other one he sent me?
Yeah.
Of course you would. Right. Well, let's do this. Let's go back into Twitter. Well done, Lee. I'm not surprised though, I have to be honest. I'm not surprised because you're such a talented person. In fairness, man, you know, you should be doing this shit on a regular basis. I mean, getting work because you're that good. No. See, I paused that. Don't be doing that, right? I didn't ask you to play, right? When I press pause, YouTube, that means you pause the bloody thing. By the way, it's got 2 dislikes from 2 morons. Just to let you know, Lee, I've just noticed that 2 morons have disliked it. Look, you've got 69 likes, but 2 morons disliked your video.
Yeah, I think I know who the dislikes are from.
Right, I'll go back to 0. No, I didn't press play. You're clearly seeing that the cursor is up here.
Yeah.
Right, are you ready now for this? Can you all see it perfect? Yes, you can. Right, this is Lee's fantastic logo. Right, this is obviously a different version because he wouldn't be. Oh, it is. I just love the way it moves in the background. I love the Doctor Who, but I love the way the Doctor shines at the back. See the letters, the way they shine?
Yeah. He says it's the same intro.
He's very good, man. He's very good. Tell you, he's probably one of the best. I certainly know that doing stuff like that. The logos. I mean, sure. Look at the bloody videos he's done for me. I mean, look, his talent is through the roof. And as I said, if you're looking for someone out there, anybody that's watching, we've got 33 people watching. If you guys would like Lee to do your channel, a channel intro, rebrand your channel, he's got real competitive prices. But I would recommend Lee to you. He works hard. He puts a lot of effort into art, and he is open to suggestions. By the way, if you have particular suggestions, like I did with my videos, he was able to do it. So I am going to plug him big time here. If you're looking for some work, he will put his channel, if it's already not in the chat, but we'll put it in. It's Aldred Audio Visual. Go and check out his work there absolutely fantastic. Listen, the guy produces videos like that, and
Yeah,
he's just
and
saying,
yeah, and check out Ocean Man, out down Ocean Man as
yeah,
well.
he's got the single Meltdown Ocean Man. But if you are just interested in someone doing YouTube intros for your channel, Lee is your guy. Trust me. Um, Actually, I will show you the latest one that he did for me because we have 37 people, and I know that's not all people that watch me, so I know it's people on the other side as well. But he has actually, this was the latest one that he produced for me. Wait and you see how good this is. This is for our new show that we do have on Contact. And here is this new intro. I wait, you see, this would blow you away, guys. There you go. And by the way, this is another reason why I've decided as well that I'm not going to walk away. Number one, I've put a lot of hard work into this channel, but so has Lee. And, we've built up a community, and I don't want to see any of that go away. So I just want to say thank you to all you guys out there that have been sending me private messages, which is our understanding as well. Because I know some of you may have been pissed off when I said I was thinking of going. And Lee would have every right more than anybody else, actually, to be annoyed at that decision because of all the hard work that he's put into my channel. So that did factor into me decision about staying as well, because a lot of people, I'm not going to say depend on me because that's the wrong word, but a lot of people like the community that we've built. They've made some friendships, and they might interact with each other a lot on this channel, and I don't want to be the one responsible for taking that away from you because of a few dickheads out there. So you DM'd me an unlisted version of the logo. Right, I'll go in now. See, I was looking at the chat this time. Oh, by the way, don't give out to me now, right? Because at the time, because we couldn't use the high definition versions, I had to take them off my computer to make room. But you keep telling me to use the high definition versions of the videos that you made in my channel. Well, I've only got the 720 version, so if you still do happen to have those high definition versions, if you could send them to me again, so I can replace the versions that we have with all the high def. So you will get high definition versions of all of me videos. And here's Cheryl coming out now to see why I haven't took the dog out, because I did say, now is this just exclusive to me, or am I allowed to show this? Because you said no exclusive. So is this for just my eyes only, or am I allowed to share this, Lee? And Cheryl, don't take him out because I'm going to take him out. Just want to make sure that she isn't taking him out because I did promise. So let me know, was that an exclusive for me, or am I allowed to show? Am I allowed to show?
You took him out after you said you'd take him out after you finished the stream, which I need to continue on for several more hours. So you'll still need to do it, but he has gone out recently.
Right. Well, I am making up for it last time, but you are right. It has, but it's been a fun stream, so I haven't enjoyed myself in a while, so I didn't want to like kind of spoil.
No, I know. I I just knew when you said you were finishing up that.
I know, I was supposed to finish up till, actually, sorry,
I know,
I was
this is
supposed
like a 9-hour
look
stream.
I was supposed to finish up 3 hours and 9 minutes ago.
How long is
I
this
said
stream?
it's on 4 hours now.
Oh, jeez.
The record is 6 though, but
Yeah, that's not happening.
that won't happen.
Yeah.
But I've had such a good time that.
I'm very glad. I'm going to block my crime things so I know how to not fuck up an investigation.
Oh yeah, so Cheryl's been telling me lately, you know, I've been watching all of these crime dramas because I want to figure out the perfect murder to get away with it. And I was like, are you trying to tell me something there, woman? Even me wife, she's watching all these crime and she'd still mess it up. There's no such thing as the perfect murder. I said there's no such thing as the perfect murder. Right, here we go. So this is a classic Doctor Who logo and Vortex color corrected 4K test. And it's 27 seconds long. Now, he did say there is no sound with this, but this is an exclusive. So he hasn't shown anybody this. So first time exclusive here for everybody on the TARDIS Zone. And thank you, Lee, for letting us be the ones that actually show this. So here we go. Right, I like that time vortex though. Oh, there. Is that my TARDIS, the TARDIS that you use for my one?
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, I know what's going. Oh, you dirty rotten! I know what's going to happen. His logo that he's created.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, you got to get music onto that, man. Oh my God! Did you see the end of that? No. We're watching that again. We're watching that again. Watch the end of this. Watch the end of this. I love the way he gets. I just love the way you've done the TARDIS, man. Look at that. You can already see that he's all low. You can see his logo is coming in. Then it goes bright blue. But watch the end of this. Right, watch the way it starts going.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Right, now what? Look! Did you see the way all the triangles then shoot behind it? Oh, man. Get music onto that. Get music onto that. Holy moly, man. Wow. So as I said, you want Lee to do some work. And obviously that's his own private work, so he's not going to give anybody that. But if you want that and done related to Doctor Who, right, then he's your guy. It doesn't necessarily have to be Doctor Who either. He can do other stuff. I won't say, but he did show me some other work that he's doing for someone else. And by God, as I said, the guy has absolute...
Yeah.
His talent is unlimited. Yeah. So he says it's a coming. I'm glad, but Jesus, man, they're deadly. They're deadly. I'm kind of jealous now. Kind of jealous. Can you put the TARDIS on logo? I'm only messing. I'm only messing. He'll bleed and have a heart attack if I tell him that. No, brilliant, man. Keep it up. You know. And as I said, if you're looking for anybody, Lee's your man. And don't be shy to contact him. As I said, competitive prices. He won't price you out. And to be quite honest with you, I'm going to say this out straight. He'd probably be the cheapest person to actually go to, considering that there are other people that do this sort of stuff. They'd probably charge you through the nose. Whereas Lee will be willing to negotiate to a certain extent. You know, it depends what you want now, I will say that. But, you know, as I said, he is the guy to go to. Lee, they're absolutely fantastic, pal. Keep it up. Have to say, really did. Now, just want to make sure that nobody else has sent me any more stuff, because if they haven't, we will leave it there. There you go. So he can work to briefs and to cost. So whatever your price range is, you let him know how much you're willing to spend. And then he will then, as I said, you know, he is open to ideas and stuff like that. and he'll try get it to your brief. But remember, not briefs, underpants. I think people do know less than that stupidly. Actually, I forgot the year. Briefs. It's not underpants now. Different altogether, right? But he will whatever you want in your logo. For example, I asked him for the Doctor Who one for me classic stream to put in the time vortexes that for each Doctor had in the classic. So it starts off black and white and then goes into when Pertwee is his color, and then goes through every Doctor. And he did the same for me for the New Who ones. I think I do have more messages. Hold on. I'm very busy today. I have to say, I come back and everybody is messaging me. I have had some, obviously not so great comments, but I've had a lot of great comments. Let me see. Just want to see. Okay, David Travels Through Time just sent me a lovely message there. As I said, I appreciate all the messages that you've sent me of support, and it really has meant a lot to me. But as I said, I'll ease myself back in. But I've enjoyed this stream tonight, and I hope you guys have. Well, I mean, we've went for fucking 4 hours and 15 minutes, and you are still all here. So, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And as I said, you know who you are. You have all come to me. And those that I knew are my friends, guys, I just want to say thank you. Look, I knew you would rally around me after because, there were people saying to me, like, yeah, you should go. Maybe it is time that you leave. But there was people like Lee, Daniel, as I said, Charlotte, we'll be here for you. Take your time when you come back, but we're here for you. And I appreciate all the good messages. So, yeah, I'm going to leave it there now. 4 hours, 16. And as I said, Charlotte, there's no such thing as the perfect murder.
Okay.
She'll figure out a way. Only messing. We either all like you or we're all suckers for an Irishman. Maybe it could be the accent. It could be. Oh, no, it's not. But listen, again, I appreciate it. Now, Daniel already did plug his channel, but because, he has stayed with me from the very start of this stream, I'm going to give him another opportunity to let you know what he has up and coming on his channel. But firstly, before he does that, I suppose I should let you know what's up and coming on my channel. So Real Super Doctor did suggest that if we do a classic Doctor Who, that we should do it as a pre-recording and see how that goes. While that sounds like a good idea in theory, I think especially for classic, I think people would rather have us on live so they can interact live with us. So yeah, maybe. As I said, I do feel a little bit better, but I'm not going to make any quick decisions on whether we're back to normal. But if I do decide that I'm going to do more of these live streams, well, then I will be back. What day is it today? What day? I've even lost track. It's Monday. Monday. Well, normally the next live stream is the movie one. So maybe Wednesday we do that one as a pre-record and see what happens with that. Because in fairness, we don't have many people watching them. We get the viewers after the fact, so maybe it would make more sense to do the movie one a pre-record. I really miss the days when we used to see Noel. He has such an entertaining way about him. Quite a star, really, says Android Caller. Well, yeah, well, I suppose if you did see me face Friday, is probably all would have been. I was really heartbroken with
Yeah.
Friday. I just couldn't take any more criticism, and I can take a lot, but I mean, for even people out there that used to know me to accuse me of hating on the Suicide Squad for the sake of it, well, you were all hating on Loki, Mandalorian, and WandaVision, but I loved all of those shows, right? And then I give the Suicide Squad a bad review because I didn't really think that the movie was good, and I actually don't think it was. I get stick and I get abuse for it. Very disingenuous, I have to say, from the people out there that said that I'm only doing it to hate for the sake of hating. I don't hate for the sake of hating, actually, right? Anything I've ever done, I've always given my honest, true opinion. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry if I'm too harsh for people out there, but that's who I am. I'm not going to change. That's how my channel became successful, because I think people can see that I am honest, that I do wear my heart on my sleeve, and I don't beat around the bush. And if people perceive that as being toxic or hating for the sake of hating, I don't really give a shit. You can't really say that and you are hypocrites anyway, because you have hated on the Jodie Whittaker era. So again, you know, get a little bit of perspective here. Well, go ahead, Daniel. You do your shout outs, mate.
I will get my own sort of follow to help promote Sheen for campaign, and I'll try and get Charlotte on for that one. On if I can't get Charlotte on for the vote and for that one on Friday, we'll be back to our usual review on Tuesday. But as I said, but as I said, as the parents said to each other, we can't others mandate as the direction of our channels. We just need to keep
Exactly. Yeah, I get a lot of people saying as well, Daniel, that well, people should be allowed to do whatever they want on their channel, right? And then then they're hypocrites. Then they accuse people of hating on something for the sake of hating. I'm not hating on the Suicide Squad for the sake of it. Suicide Squad to me was rubbish. Peter Capaldi was wasted. And by the way, the box office figures actually back me up anyway. And if people come at me and say, well, it's streamed on HBO Max as well, that's why, or Disney, whatever is streamed on, right? Sorry, right? You said that Black Widow was a flop, right? Even though it was streaming at the same time. So if you are going to package Black Widow that way, then you have to do the same with Suicide Squad, or you are hypocrites. Simple as that. But I am seeing a lot of hypocrisy out there. I didn't like the movie. It wasn't my cup of tea, right? I have to be honest, the extended cut of the very first one, I don't like the first movie, by the way, the original release. But when I seen the extended cut, it made some of the movie make more sense to me. And I thought that the first movie had more about it than the second movie, than this latest one. And that's just my opinion. Now, if you like the new Suicide Squad movie, that's fine, fair enough. Enjoy it, right? But don't criticize me and say that I hate on something for the sake of hating because I gave it a bad review. I'm entitled to give it a bad review. If I think the movie is shit, I'm going to say it's shit. That's who I am, and I'm not going to change. But yeah, no, you're the spitting image of yourself. Well, I'll never change anyway. Let's just say that anyway.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. I take the exact same approach. If I don't like something, I actually
I know you're the same as me. You'll say it out straight as well. You don't give a shit, you know. But at the end, I'm not going to follow the herd just because certain. And you know, I'm getting this comment all the time. because certain people within the fandom menace like Suicide Squad, the Suicide Squad, that I must be wrong. You know? I'm sorry, but since when did this is not a dig at the fandom menace or anything like that, but since when did the fandom menace become the almighty when it comes to reviews? You know? At the end of the day, you're supposed to have individual tastes. You know, just because, you know, certain streamers say a movie is great, just like I said it was crap. What did I say on my stream? I said, go and watch it and judge it for yourselves. It was like them all when they all came out and said that Tomorrow War was great, right? If you remove your brain, it's great. They said the same about Suicide Squad. I'm sorry. I like my sci-fi movies to have a bit to them, you know, to think, you know, to clever. The Suicide Squad and Tomorrow War were written by 3-year-olds as far as I'm concerned. But that's just my opinion. If you like that, fine. If fans have lowered their standards, fine. Right? But don't criticize me for coming out and giving my opinion on a movie. I didn't like it. Bugger off now. Ted needs his walkies. You're right. If you follow the herd, you're one of the herd. Exactly. And I'll always be truthful and to my convictions. And I did not like this movie. Cheryl didn't like the movie either, by the way. And she liked Birds of Prey and Wonder Woman 1984. And even she said that this movie was bad and she preferred the first one over this, right? So criticize me and say I hate on it. But Cheryl actually didn't like this movie either. And she's less militant than me, right? So as she said in the comment section, you know, people, remember, people will have different opinions. And I certainly do. And my wife agrees with me. And by the way, for anybody out there that thinks that I influenced my wife's decisions on this movie, I did not. I didn't have to. She was looking at me while we were watching the movie. It was that bleeding boring to us. The jokes fell flat. And like some of the reviewers have been saying out there in the media. But look, the movie is a box office flop, right? Just like Black Widow was. But now they're coming out and saying, well, it's because it was streaming on Disney Plus. Well, so was Black Widow. So you can't have it both ways. It's either a flop or it isn't. You know what I mean? So I'll leave it there. And as Cheryl says, I'll leave it with Teddy Terrier Tales' comment there. My opinion is the Suicide Squad is trash. I'd rather watch the first one or give us the air cut that everybody's been talking about, because I'd rather that over this heap of crap that I watched. Seriously, I wasted 2 hours of my life on that movie. I wasted 2 hours on seeing Peter Capaldi literally blow me away in this movie. And he got a couple of scenes. He got 3 or 4 bleeding scenes. Absolutely ridiculous, right? I'm going because everybody's telling me to stop talking now. Actually, no, Lee is telling me to stop talking. We better go. But as I said, hashtag Sheen for 14. If you do support that hashtag, please do. And for any of you guys that have influence over the big YouTubers out there, the ones that you mod for, if you could do us a favor and try and encourage these big YouTubers to get behind hashtag Sheen for 14, I really appreciate it, because we've got the momentum now. Let's keep it up. And that's it. I'm going to go. Daniel, thank you for joining me.
Yeah,
Melina, Charlotte, and Marty, also, thank you for joining me. And Lee, thanks for showing us all of those little exclusives as well. To Chris for sending me the photographs, Unknown, and everybody else that did send me stuff during the stream. Thank you very much. I'll leave you now with the channel title. So I'm going to get rid of the banner because I don't want the banner going across it. And I don't want any comments on it either. Because, you know, I'm bringing them out. Jesus Christ, man. Right. Look at, which is our Teddy Poopy emojis and all. Hashtag Teddy, get away. And as Cheryl says, love, have a great day. Zoners, always be kind. And keep an out for the HAL version. I think you were meant to say HD version this week, right? Yeah, we will. We will. Right, here is his trailer. And remember, he is going to be sending me all the high definition versions of these trailers now, so you will get to see them in all their glory, the way they should have been. So So here we go. Here's the channel trailer. Daniel, say goodnight to everybody.
And good night till the members of the chat and odds. And again, thanks for having me on. I'll hope to be on the channel again soon.
Right, and here is the channel team. Good night, folks. I'll talk to you very soon. Thank you again for all the kind messages over the weekend. It really has made a difference. And the love that has been shown towards me, Cheryl, and Ted, we really appreciate it. But especially over these last couple of days with what's happened with me, I just want to thank you all. I'll never forget it. And as I said, we'll keep this going. We'll keep the community going. I'll see you all very soon. Good night, folks. Stay safe. Hashtag Sheen for 14. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.